beautiful Shanti today. And Shanti is a local of the Byron Shire for many decades now. And Shanti is known by many because you can find Shanti walk everywhere and very distinguished to anyone else around. And really, there is no other Shanti around the world except for this one. And Shanti have his own clothes, costume made, costume tailored to his own design. So artistic, everything about Shanti is art. So even the hats, he costume designed it for him, and the shoes from top to toe. And Shanti lives a life that doesn't ask for permission because it's his life. He lives the way he wants to, and I have a lot of respect for this. I see a lot of freedom, and I really, really admire this freedom that you showed us, and even without knowing us. And the thing about Shanti is that I've been so curious for so many years. Everyone speaks of Shanti. Everyone always have a story about Shanti. It's always good stories. And one thing we all have in common is we are always like, who is really this man? Mysterious to us. So mysterious to us that we are so fascinated. And I have invited Shanti to join us on a podcast because for a few times that I've have a conversation with Shanti, there's amazing stories that Shanti shares that I am sure many of us could resonate with, and also there's a lot of lessons. That's a lot of life lessons that, as somebody who absorb and want to observe as well, I find a lot of valuable insights from Shanti's profound experiences in life. And so here we are, beautiful Shanti. This is an unfiltered conversation, and the focus is all about you, and you are very welcome to say anything that you would like to share. The conversation basically covers art, life, and culture. Just about everything, isn't it? And you are also very welcome to keep anything to yourself that you don't want to say, that you find it a sacred piece of private thing, you have that freedom to keep it to yourself. So we don't talk about anyone else, just you. And thank you so much for
my pleasure.
For
Very
being
lovely.
here.
Very lovely to be here.
When you said yes, I was like, whew, sparkles,
And here I am.
I'm that little girl who, when you ask a guy, oh, would you do this for me? And the guy said, of course. And you're like, oh, Shanti, thank you. Such a pleasure to have you, darling. And I've been always fascinated by the stories that you tell me, because there's a lot of learning for me, and just simply because I've always been so curious about you, and I just never have enough of hearing what you share, and so you're welcome to say anything. I mean, my first curiosity was like, who is Shanti? How do you come to bear the name Shanti?
Yeah, that's with the spiritual and being guided to Paramahansa Yogananda.
Yes.
Back in 1992, So before 1992, I'd already given up smoking, cigarettes, alcohol, eating meat, eating vegetarian foods, in preference to eating meat.
Yes.
So that was 1991 when I gave all that away. And then 1992, I went down into a shop in Hobart, and the lady that owned the shop, she brought the business off my cousin, who had it for many years, and it was the Akashic Records shop. So they sold books on meditation, crystal healing, aromatherapy. And my friend that owned the shop, Carmel, she told me, because she already knew about the pathway I was on. She already knew that I'd given up the old lifestyle of living in the fast lane, in pubs and hotels and parties all the time, and getting drunk a lot, and smoking dope. So I used to really hit it hard.
You did all of that?
Yeah, I used to really, 10 joints a day, 3 packs of cigarettes a day.
When you say joints, it's this marijuana, yeah?
Yeah, a joint is a marijuana.
Wow.
Looks,
okay. 10 a day?
You roll it up.
Yeah.
Either full of marijuana or a mixture of marijuana and tobacco.
Yeah.
And they call it a joint.
Right.
Yeah, and probably about the same length as a tailor-made cigarette.
Right.
Yeah, so I used to smoke a lot. I used to, like on a Friday, I used to roll up probably 10 joints and then hit the town. When I hit the town, nightclubs.
Yes, yes.
And pubs.
That's quite a ritual
and
every
smoking
Friday.
and drinking alcohol, and then smoking cigarettes. I was a chain smoker.
Okay.
Yeah, especially when I was drinking beer or rum, Bacardi and rum. Bacardi is like a rum.
Yes.
Bacardi and Coke,
Right.
and drinking 10% cider. Yeah, so I used to go to wine bars as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be up all night smoking and drinking and waking up with a hangover, and then sometimes even drinking first thing in the morning as well. And I used to make my own beer. So I used to have 2 25-litre containers of alcohol going every week. And I would use mountain water from Mount Wellington,
Yes.
just out of Hobart, and bush honey to make up the beer.
Oh.
Yeah, and I used to have, sometimes 10 people up home. 10 people up home every night. And they love my beer.
Of course, they come for a free beer.
Yeah, with a head. Yeah, when you pour out a beer with a head on it, like that.
Bush honey
And malt
spring water.
Yeah.
I mean, what else?
Yes, I had a lot of alcohol.
Holy water.
Holy water. Yeah, and I used to grow my own marijuana as well.
The holy herb.
Yeah, the holy herb. In big buckets like that.
My God. How?
Oh, I had about 20.
What a life. It's amazing.
20 big plants like this.
How-
I've still got photographs too.
At what age were you when you're growing this stuff?
Probably in my 30s.
Wow.
Yeah, so I had big plants like that. Yeah, I had a real green thumb. And I used to separate the females before they start seeding.
And so you really understand growing this
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, I did, yeah.
Wow.
In big pots down the backyard. In a very secluded place too.
That's so amazing.
Just out of suburban, not too close to other houses, but I had them in big pots.
Wow.
Probably that wide. I've still got a photograph, or photographs, of my plants. Yeah, and they were big too. And
It's like the herbs of life.
they're the herbs of life.
I just love the way you describe it, and the fact it's preserved through photographs. It's so
I'll show you one day.
Oh, I love this.
I've got them in my storage shed, all my photos.
Oh, that's
I'll show you one day.
yeah, I would love to see them.
And so that would be really, really big, like right up here, all full of what they call heads.
Yes.
Is the part That's very strong.
Or the bud
Buds.
things. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. But what I used to do is I would separate the female from the males. So the females don't produce seeds.
Aha.
Yes, that's the secret. So they don't become seeds and become seedless and strong.
Oh, that's the one that's
Very
good
strong.
for smoking, is it?
Yeah.
The best one for...
It's called Sinsemilla.
Pardon?
Sinsemilla.
Sinsemilla.
That's the name of it. Yeah.
Sinsemilla.
Yeah. Seedless.
Seedless.
So all the strength of the THC goes into the leaves
Right.
and into the plant, into the heads, and is very, very strong. Wicked. You only need probably that much
Right.
before you feel the effects of it.
Oh.
And then when it's really matured,
Right.
then I would pull the plant out. But there would be a secret in doing that. I would get a bucket of boiling hot water.
Oh.
And then I'd get a bottle of rum, like Bacardi,
Yes.
or a bag of raw sugar.
Right.
I'd put that in the hot water,
Yeah.
and I'd mix it around like this, like a coven, like a witch.
Yes.
Yeah? And let it really dissolve, and then pull out all the roots, the plant, and then put the roots straight into the water and leave the plants in the boiling hot water for 5 minutes. And what that does, it shoots all the strength and the power from the roots, because the plant is still alive. The roots are still alive.
Of course.
And then all that
Fresh.
resin goes straight up into the heads and into the leaves. And
Absorb everything that's possibly going up to the head. the holy crown of the
The
body.
holy crown.
Oh my goodness,
then
that's amazing.
And then I would hang them upside down in a very dark place for over a week until they're completely dried out,
What's
and then bag them up.
what's the point of hanging in a dark place?
Well, darker the better. Yeah, so there's no air can get in there, so they can dry out real quick.
Right.
Yeah. And I had my sister come up one day,
Yes.
because she smoked as well.
Yeah.
And she said, I gave her a smoke, and she said, geez, this is sweet. See, put sweetness into the plant.
Of course.
Yeah. See?
From the treatment.
Yeah, it's called the sugar cure treatment.
Sugar cure treatment.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Because some traditional method that people do in some cultures, when they plant fruit trees,
yeah.
when the trees start bearing fruit, they sometimes discover that the fruit's quite sour,
Right.
and so they would then do some sort of technique where they add sugar
Like me.
into the root systems. So then the next time they reproduce, they produce fruits that are sweet.
Yeah. Like my marijuana
That's
plants.
amazing.
Yeah.
You see, I never touched this stuff, and I've only learned a few years back that what they look like, the buds.
Purple.
I'm still so confused when I look at the leaves. They're supposed to be 5-finger leaves,
Yeah.
but every time I see a 5-finger leaves, could be anything to me,
Yeah.
and I would say, is that marijuana? I say no. And so what happened is
I produce
it's
purple.
become so
Purple heads.
right.
Purple.
Become
And
so
very
fascinating to learn this for me, from someone who grows, who knows. I mean, the terminologies for the whole process, what's going to happen if you do this kind of technique of growing and pulling and treating it and drying.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of process.
It
I
just
thought
is, yeah.
I thought it was just like growing some kind of all corn, put it in the field, leave it to
Yeah.
grow a while, and take it out, dry it in the sun, and then smoke it.
Yeah.
But there's more to the
There's a
ritual
little bit
than
more to it, yeah. And in Tasmania,
Of-
not as easy as what it is up here.
because of the winter.
Weather. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and so you have to know the time.
When is the good
when,
time?
When to start growing
Yeah.
it, like March and
Yeah. So going back to the lifestyle.
the
because-
lifestyle. Yeah, they call it living in the fast lane. Yeah.
So
Like
that's what that
drink
was.
Drink and be merry.
There's a song, an American, I think an American guy, a friend of mine who plays the blues, introduced me to this song, and the line says, "Drink a little poison before you die." And then he would always toss the beer, like
The beer.
beer glass or some alcohol wine sort of glass, and say, "Drink a little poison before you die, before you die." It's like 2 minute songs on YouTube, but it's 2 chords.
Yeah. My father used to make beer, and
Right.
for years and years and years, and he was very good at making beer. And my mother used to make wine,
Wow.
and we had big flagons like that. They kept the big flagons, from real wine,
Yes.
and kept these big flagons and filled them up with homemade wine that were over 5 years old. Elderberry wine, peach wine, raspberry wine, anything that ferments, you can make wine out of.
Yes.
Yeah, so my mother's very, very good at making wine.
Wow. What a life. Everything is made there at home. Brew it at home.
Brewed at home, yeah.
And so then the
From real hops too.
Yes.
My father did.
Yeah.
From real hops.
And it would have been an organic things then, like
Yeah.
organic fruits and berries and
Yeah.
no
yeah.
no sprays
Oh
and
no,
stuff.
nothing like that.
And so the journey from that lifestyle
To this one.
to becoming Shanti, to the alteration, the transition from
A transition.
fast
yeah.
food, whatever that kind of lifestyle, into healthier eating and becoming Shanti.
And that's where my friend Carmel from the Akashic bookshop in Hobart said, Shanti, I believe there's a really fantastic book that will even launch you even more than you already have. There's a book, I've got it, it's up on the shelf.
Yeah.
It's called The Autobiography of a Yogi. Autobiography
yeah,
of a Yogi.
okay.
Yeah. And she said, there it is there. And I went over there and I picked it off the shelf and brought it over to the counter where my friend was. And there's a photograph of Paramahansa Yogananda on the front page.
Right.
And I didn't have to wait I brought it, and I didn't have to wait to get to the end of the book before I pulled out a card. It was a pivoted card that you could just tear out.
Right.
They've made it that way.
Yeah.
To send away for a comprehensive study of all his lessons to America. So when he left India after his training at the Ashram Centre by his guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, he was sent to the Western world to spread the message of his teachings, called Kriya Yoga. The main mission of Paramahansa Yogananda was to unite the original teachings of Jesus, the Christ, the original teachings of Lord Krishna from India, the prophet, and the original teachings of those two great avatars. So that word avatar is a Hindu word, means divine incarnation of God. They were both fully liberated saints. So the same teachings that Jesus taught 2,000 years ago and the teachings that Lord Krishna taught from India are the same. And his mission was to unite those two great Bibles,
Yes.
the Bhagavad Gita and the Christian Bible, together like that, and those two great masters, to show their parallelisms. They are one and the same. That was his mission.
Right.
Yeah, and to set up his organisation, which he founded in the 1920s. So in the 1920 when he went to America, he set up the organisation there. It's called SRF. That's short for Self-Realisation Fellowship. So self-realisation means knowing yourself as a soul and fellowship with God. So SRF, Self-Realization Fellowship. So he founded a Self-Realization Fellowship at Mount Washington in America.
Yeah.
And that's how that all unfolded. And then when it was all settled in the beginning it was very difficult because he'd only just landed.
Yes.
Right, can you imagine? He's got long hair right down here.
Yes.
Right?
A yogi.
Olive, yogi with olive skin. He pulls up at the terminal in America. Are you a snake charmer? My God, can you imagine? They never got off scot-free, not even saints. And when he heard about Paramahansa Yogananda was already, writing incredible books.
Yes.
My God, he changed completely towards him. But he judged him because of his olive skin, his long hair right down here. And over in America, in 1920, I'm like, are you a snake charmer? Yeah, so
Wow.
I saw in the beginning his very humble beginnings of, it'd be like me in my tent, living in a tent. Can you imagine a yogi living in a tent and travelling around like that? I mean, if Jesus was around today in modern times in Northern Rivers,
Yes.
he could possibly be walking around like me,
Of
or
course.
on an e-bike,
Of course.
or on a push bike.
Push bike.
I mean, so in the beginning, and because I did study in the early beginnings, my God, in some of the places where he lived, of course,
Yes.
and then over time, it all unfolded until we got a much better place where he could start up his organisation at Mount Washington. So I've seen photographs of that, and Encinitas, California is where there's a big ashram.
Right.
Near the Pacific Highway there,
Yeah.
overlooking the ocean, or Pacific Ocean.
Yes.
Yeah, so that all over time, it wasn't overnight.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and anyway, and then he got to meet people, making connections with different people, so he needed help. But he had strong, strong faith in God. I mean, he was a God-realised master, but they don't get off scot-free either. At all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so what happened was he had when he began to, when he found a place, a really lovely place, and set up his organisation, he had a person who was all drawn to the path, were drawn to him and to study his teachings.
Yes. Yes.
Richard Wright was his secretary.
Right.
So he travelled with him, Paramahansa Yogananda, everywhere. And luckily he knew shorthand. So he would write all this down.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's just incredible.
It's incredible.
Writing it all down. Every little thing that happened, and the people he met and all these kind of things, and all went into print.
Keeping on record.
Keeping a record, yeah. Anyway, what happened was there was a big, and masters like that, they got to pay rent too. It's like everyone else, right?
Yes.
So there's a big mortgage payment that had to be paid.
Yeah.
And other things, expenses. Well, he told his secretary, Richard Wright, and my God, he almost collapsed down on the ground. He said, we're going to jail for not paying our bills. He said, get up. And this is what he said. He said he was a doubting Thomas, but I have faith, he said. He said in 7 days, we'll have all the money we need for the campaign.
Wow.
Because he had to travel to many, do lectures and discourses all over America. So he had a big, big schedule, but you can't do any of that without money.
For sure.
Right? Anyway, this is what he said. I was walking in front of the Biltmore Motel when suddenly a woman came up to me and she said, I have money to burn. Can I help you? And he said to her, What would you want to help me for? You don't even know me. But she said, I do know you.
Oh.
She said, I've heard so much about you. And right there on the spot, she wrote out a cheque for $25,000. I saw in that
So
the
nice.
hand of God. That's what he said.
Faith.
Because of
The
his
lesson
incredible
on
faith.
faith.
Yeah. Because when he got to America, he became very... See, masters like that are not interested in fame or getting big write-ups in the paper. It didn't make any difference. He became very famous all over America. That's when she said, yes, I know a lot about you. I've heard so much about you.
Yeah.
$25,000. This is in 1925.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money. It's like $200,000 or something now. I mean, for the millionaires, it's nothing. It's like still $25.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And there was another time too where there was a big mortgage payment that had to be paid, and he heard the divine voice say within, I'm your stocks and bonds. I'm your security. He went out the front door, and there's a big package there,
Oh, no
all
way.
full of money
Wow.
that someone donated
Oh,
to his work.
that's amazing.
Yeah, that's the incredible faith that he
But
had
the power
in the
of...
abundance of God,
Yeah, but also the power of...
believing it.
And
his
he
faith.
envisions
Yeah,
things.
envision, yeah.
This is going to happen. Have a little faith.
I'm a mighty money magnet. And oceans of lush green money flows to me quickly and easily now.
Wow, what a trip.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's incredible. Quite amazing, the stories I've read about him. I mean, God, it's... When I've told people that he could speak every language of the world fluently in any dialogue.
It's almost like in disbelief. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's hard, yeah. And he's never studied books on languages. And even an ordinary human being could not speak every language of the world fluently in any dialect, even if he read books.
Oh,
But he got it straight from the source. You know, there was an artist who did a painting of another ascended master called Lahiri Mahasaya. This ascended master, he was a great master in India, and Paramahansa Yogananda's parents, mother and father, were followers and disciples of Lahiri Mahasaya. Anyway, so Paramahansa Yogananda saw the painting. Now he knows exactly what Lahiri Mahasaya looks like. And so do I. I've got a photograph of him. And he said to the artist, he had to be truthful to the artist, he said there's no likeness. My God, the artist didn't like that at all.
Of course.
No. He said, if you can do any better, you do a painting of him.
Would have
Well,
heard.
Paraman's he's never done painting at all in his entire life. He's never picked up a brush. And he went away.
And I don't like it when somebody, that's the thing that when you tell someone to do something
Yeah.
better, and they say, well, you don't like it, you do it. And it's just not nice not to hear someone tell you. So what happened? Sorry to cut you off, but it's funny.
He went away for 1 week, tuned in on a very refined level in deep meditation, and did a painting of Mahasaya, brought it back to the artist, and the artist had to admit that his painting was better than his.
Wow.
Yeah. He said, every musical instrument that I've played, I've never ever gone to a tutor.
So you can tap from the source directly.
Straight to the source, yeah.
It's a way, but you need to find your way to do that.
Yeah, and Paramahansa did, through the power of Kriya Yoga and deep meditation. So he practiced what his guru taught him, and transmitted to him the technique. He wanted to, and also to, like here in Mahasaya, he once said, he said, never ever forget your most important engagement or appointment is with God and yourself. That's what he said.
That's a very,
Yeah.
very important.
That's what George Harrison said, you know, the ex-Beatle. George
Yes,
Harrison,
yes.
you know, in the 1960s,
Yes.
the Beatles,
Yeah.
they went on a thing, you know, with what was it, Maharaji? Was it Master
Maharaja?
Maharaji in India?
Yeah.
So they were, I've seen what they were wearing, you know,
Yeah.
like
I mean, they went
drapes and Indian kind of clothing, and
Yeah.
they had this thing, they were going through some kind of phase
I think
with
they.
meditation and going to India and dressed like Hindus and like yogis, and but
I think they kind of also went and play music, learn
Yeah,
some sort of
that's
thing
right.
with Ravi Shankar.
yes, yeah, like that.
That sitarist.
Very similar, yeah.
Very
Yeah,
similar.
they're doing that because I've seen a lot of photos
Yes.
of the Beatles being in India wearing the kind of clothing they were wearing.
Yes.
But George Harrison, out of the other three, out of the four, he was the only one that kept it up, studying the spiritual.
Oh, wow.
But the other three didn't. And George Harrison, he used to carry around, wait for this, he used to carry around the Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. So he had a lot of deep knowledge.
The
in that
same
area.
book that you read in Tasmania.
Yeah. And he studied Paramahansa Yogananda, and so did Elvis.
So in a way, this book, the autobiography
Yeah.
of his
life.
his life,
Yeah.
it's almost like you tapped into the ancient Indian psychology. in a
Yeah,
way.
bit like that, yeah. 1946 he wrote the book. I've got a photograph of Paramahansa Yogananda sitting down in his study, in his office, and while he's writing it. Yeah, towards the end of his time in America, because he left the body in March 7th,
Yes.
1952.
Right.
That's when he left the body. And not only that, you know how he left the body? On stage in front of a lot of people, all sitting down
What?
having their tea. Yeah, he did. Yeah, there was a big luncheon. I've got photographs
Yes,
of
yes.
it, and big, long oblong tables
Yes.
to hold all the guests. It was at the Biltmore Motel,
Hmm.
and they're all sitting down there. It's a big place where they're all sitting,
Yes.
and the long tables, and there was a lot of well-known people there. There was the ambassador from India was there
Right.
with his wife, and so there's a lot of people who got up on stage to give us talk.
Prominent people
And
too.
anyway, Paramahansa Yogananda's disciples, some were there also, but they noticed something very odd.
Oh.
Yeah, very odd. There was something unusual about him. He was very distant or remote. He wasn't his usual self, like joking and that kind of thing. They knew there was something unusual about him.
Right.
They thought it might, because the ambassador was very important. He was very well known and a very important person.
Back in those days too,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
different thing.
Anyway, someone said something to him about an important engagement. They all thought that important engagement was with the ambassador from India, who was at the luncheon.
Right.
Right? In the evening. He said, no, I've got a much more important engagement. That engagement is important, but not like this one.
Right.
But they didn't quite understand. The reason why he didn't tell them, because that he's going to leave the body, because he would know it would be too upsetting.
Of course.
Yeah, he didn't tell them. He only gave them hints, but they didn't understand. They didn't know the true significance when he said, I've got an important engagement. Anyway, it was time for him to get up on stage. And he got up on stage, and it wasn't a long speech, a long talk at all. He recited a very favourite poem from India. And then when he recited the poem, and right at the last end of the word, it was all over. His body just went straight down on the ground with a smile, like a holy smile on his face. And he went down on the ground. Anyway, 2 doctors examined his body and, of course, pronounced him dead, that he died of a heart attack. But that's the terminology when someone dies, right? The medical terminology. But great masters like that know how to stop the heart and leave the body anytime it will. So when he did that, he did it intentionally and purposely. It's called the Great Maha Samadhi.
Samadhi.
Yeah. Maha means great.
Yeah.
Samadhi means bliss. So a master, when in 1948 he told many disciples, he said, I won't live to be old.
Right.
Yeah. Because he had a mission to fulfill, and that mission was filled, and now it's time for him to go. Because if I don't go willingly, this is what he said, quoting his words, if I don't go willingly, Mother Divine, she'll drag me away. He got divine permission, right, by God, because he wanted to fulfill some important things on the earth. And anyway, she granted Paramahansa Yogananda divine permission to stay just a little bit longer until he fulfilled these desires.
Isn't it interesting that in this case, referring to the superior of power is a woman?
Yeah, a woman, yeah. Many times. Yeah, because God has 2 aspects, masculine and feminine. Yeah. So, and he said, quoting his words, he said, if I don't go willingly, she'll drag me away. Now, can you imagine how hard that would be? You're sitting down with everyone, the ambassador's right alongside you with his wife and all the other people, and you're just about to leave the body.
Yes.
Yeah. They
And
call it dying.
you're just waiting, like timing it, the last word of the poem.
And then you got attachment to the world. You have to release all that, and all the people and all his disciples.
That's true. Huh?
Yeah, and now, the most interesting thing about it all, when 3 days after he left the body, his body never decayed, never broke down at all.
Yeah, because usually after 3 days start to smell and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it didn't, because Harry Rowe, he was the mortuary director.
Right.
At the Forest Lawn Cemetery. So the Forest Lawn Cemetery in America is the largest cemetery. A lot of well-known people are buried there.
Right.
Like George Washington, the first president of America. So there's a lot of well-known people buried there. And Harry Rowe, he couldn't believe it. He wrote, he brought out a small book. I've got it. It's a book probably about that thin, but inside he goes into incredible detail on what happens after you leave the body at death. They never ever do this. Well, they did in his case because there's visible signs. Well, first up, when you die, you go white as a ghost. That's because all the blood is drawn out, right? Well, his skin was still the same.
No way.
Yeah, still the same. And his lips were still firm. And he had a smile on his face, a sweet smile on his face.
It's like just a shut off,
Yeah.
like mentally in a way, and almost like someone in a coma.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait for this, because all the personnel staff also at the Forest Lawn Cemetery, all witnessing in his copper casket that his body is still preserved 20 days after death.
No way.
Yeah, 20 days after death. It was still in a perfect state of non-decay. He spoke about that when he was still within the body in his teachings. St. John of the Cross, when they exhumed his body centuries after he died, it was in a perfect state of non-decay.
This is not mummified body, no?
No, perfect state of non-decay. And St. Teresa of Avila, also another one, centuries after she died, they exhumed her body and was in a perfect state of non-decay. That's because of the light of God. He mentioned great souls like that have the most incredible love for God. You think about it. Is there anything so hard for God to do than to preserve the tissues of the body? God can do anything. So all the cells of the body were in a perfect state of non-decay with undecayable light.
And here
And then-
we are rotting while we are alive. If I could get to, almost half the human being.
Then they just put his body into a crypt at the Forest Lawn Cemetery. So it's inside a wall, so it goes straight in there and then sealed. Yeah, and that's where he is today.
You think that this has nothing to do with the medium or the material they use to keep the body, so that may have preserved the natural.
It's not unusual, wouldn't be, because St. John and Teresa of Avila, and because of all the light that manifested in their bodies. God, you think about it, if God can have his masters walk on water, raise the dead, float through the air and levitate, and for Paramahansa Yogananda to speak every language of the world fluently in any dialect, and sit with lions and tigers. He went to an alligator farm in America. We have them here in Australia, we call them crocodiles. Well, I tell you what, you don't mess with alligators and crocodiles, you can't tame them, they're huge. He went to an alligator farm. And you know what he did? He went over the other side of the cage while the petrified onlookers, looking on in amazement, thinking, God, he must be mad.
It's going to be torn apart.
Yeah, he went over to the alligator, live alligator, and sat on the live alligator, and he's smiling for the photographer while he's taking his photograph. And you know what the alligator did? It didn't do anything.
Just let him be.
The alligator was in complete wonders with the childlike saint.
Wow.
Daniel from the lion's den out of the Bible.
That biblical thing.
They were all masters, all saintly sages that had all the animals on the planet Earth, lions, tigers, white pointers, they're all personal manifestations of God's consciousness.
This must be why we are always seeking for light to come out of the darkness, because there's a lot of joy in it, and perseverance. And
there's a great saint, his name is, before he met Paramahansa Yogananda, his name was James Lynn, and he was a billionaire. He made a lot of money with insurance and all. Anyway, but his life was in tatters, like knots of worrying, tossing and turning at night time, worrying about his business, couldn't sleep well. That all changed in 1931 when he met Paramahansa Yogananda, and he became a disciple. And on the first day, he meditated with Paramahansa Yogananda for 6 hours straight. That's utterly impossible for ordinary people to do that. But St. James Lynn, he didn't know this at the time, but in a past life he was a great rishis,
Oh.
a great yogi that needed the Kriya Yoga technique.
Talking about reincarnation, and I would like to come to that, and so, but before we get to that, will we get to how you get to bear Shanti?
Oh, yeah.
I love how unmapped this is, because I learn a lot.
Yeah.
Things that I've never heard about, and you know, you travel, you sort of take me on a journey, you know. So it's really
Yeah.
wonderful thing to learn.
Yeah, with yogi names, like Paramahansa Yogananda, his birth name was Gunda Magosh.
Kunda Makosi.
Yeah, so when they adapt a new name, that's given to them by their guru.
Yes.
So in 1920, he was given the name Yogananda. And then 5 years later, he bestowed on him the other religious title, Paramahansa.
Right.
Yeah. So they're all given they call it a monastic name.
And yours is obtained
Yeah,
from
Shanti, yeah.
Shanti.
Ananda.
And-
So,
But you were explaining to me what Shanti is in English, and
that's right,
Om
yeah.
Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Could you
Yeah.
elaborate that
Yeah,
again?
I can, yeah. Om means soul.
Yes.
Shanti means peaceful.
Right.
So translated in English means peaceful soul.
Right.
So when Hindus,
Yeah.
with their hands in a prayer position, like that, and when they bow down like that,
Yeah.
and they look at the person they're bowing down to, or touch their heart like
Yes.
that, or their third eye, and then they say Om Shanti. But you don't have to be a Hindu
Yes.
to do that.
To do that.
And some use the word Namaste.
Yes.
Many
Namaste.
blessings.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning to me that when you do that, you're bowing down to
The soul. Yeah.
of the other.
Not the physical.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the soul, or the image of God
Yes.
that's inside that soul person.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's actually really beautiful.
Yeah,
It's an acknowledgement. It's so peaceful.
Acknowledgement, yeah.
So beautiful.
yeah.
Wow.
So you can also use the greeting, which is used quite often actually, Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah.
Yeah,
Namaste.
many blessings.
So were you in India? It's
Not in this life, no.
No. But you study a lot.
In past lives, yeah.
You studied a lot about
In-
this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You
I-
self-inform yourself.
Yeah, whatever you have studied in a past life, you'll take up where you left off. I actually studied the occult. I was a practicing witch.
Which?
Yeah, witch, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, long before I became a yogi.
Right.
Yeah, so I had a friend down in Hobart, and he was right into witchcraft and spell casting. And he had a lot of knowledge in witchcraft. They call it the occult, not cult. So people have to really listen to the two words.
So
cult.
these things really exist, the witchcraft
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Witchcraft means being in harmony
All
with,
right.
with nature and priesthood. Yeah. A lot of people don't know
Not
that.
quite the negative
No, it's not at all.
portrayal of
No.
witchcraft.
So witchcraft is a feminine religion, older than Christianity, paganism.
Right.
Yeah. So the word witch is more referred to females, with in medieval times, like in the 1300s,
Right, yeah.
for a man, it would be the title would be warlock.
Oh, not the wizard. It's a
No,
warlock.
Or warlock or wizard.
Oh, okay.
Is a magician, really. A
All
wizard
right.
is a magician. There's a difference between a
see.
magician works with higher spirit forces, with God consciousness,
And the warlock?
and warlock works. So a warlock is a witch.
Male witch.
Yeah. No, you have to know about misbehaving yourself
Right.
by causing trouble. You know, you got black magic, and you got white magic, or some you got black witches. But really, there's no such thing as a black witch, because "and it harm none, do what they will." You should never harm anyone in any way or form. So witches also have a rule, you know, like in witchcraft, with
Right.
knowing about karma, that it comes back on you, not to send out or cast spells over other people, which is mainly the ego,
Yeah.
really, wanting to control other people. And so you have to know about the ancient law of witchcraft: "and it harm none, do what they wilt." You should never do anything that's going to cause harm to anyone. So witches know about this ancient law. It comes back threefold, they say. So knowing about the practices of witchcraft and using the secret law of herbal healing. So I began to study herbs, and also making my own candles for candle magic.
Right.
Yeah, so you got all these different coloured candles.
Yes.
So I made up a candle mould.
This is after you've left the alcohol there.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Right.
So I used to make all my own joss sticks
Yes.
and all my candle. So I had to search and search and search. It just didn't come to me with a candle mould. I had to find a mould
Yes.
that I can
Put
melt
the
the
wax,
candle,
yeah.
so come and then put the wick inside,
Yes.
and then make another half, and then I've got a candle. So I was making all these different coloured candles
Yes.
for candle magic.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where birthday cakes with a candle comes from paganism.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, from witchcraft. Yeah, so paganism and witchcraft are the same. So I made up all my own incense. So when you go to church and you see the minister
Yeah, they use
with the
candles.
incense over a coffin, or even just to bless the area where he's going to give a sermon, he would swing. So I also made one of those as well, from a tuna can. Okay.
Oh.
And I round one, and I filled it up with sand, and also too I put all the planets, the 9 planets in our solar system, right, because witches work with the planets and the moon and the sun, the waxing of the moon and the waning of the moon when it decreases in size and when it's increasing in size. So I put all the planets all around my sensor, and I spray painted it first,
Right.
and then I did some drawings around it of the 9 planets,
Yeah.
and then I put a hole here and a hole here, and then I got a chain, and I would
Swing it.
swing it like that from corner to corner in my room
Right.
to cleanse and purify my room
Yeah,
where
like
I'm
how
going to do my
people
magic.
do the smoking ceremony.
Incense,
sometimes
yeah.
with incense, with
Yeah.
sage and stuff.
Yeah,
I've
like
seen
that.
it. Yeah.
So the minister or the priest also would do the same thing out where he's going to give a sermon or a coffin. He would bless the person, the coffin, the person who's
Right,
inside,
right.
swinging it around like that, and you could see the smoke. So
Yes.
I made up my own charcoal, and
What's the charcoal made of?
Yeah,
What sort of wood?
yeah, so I got the right kind of wood, willow,
Right.
and I would let it dry out completely until it's really dried
Crispy
out.
dry.
Then I asked my cousin, because I was renting and I didn't have a place where I could do it, I'd dig a big hole in the ground,
Right.
a big hole in the ground. Then I put a sheet of tin over the top, set fire to it, and then let the flames die out, right, and just keep it burning right? Cover it up completely with a piece of tin, so no air can get inside at all, and let it stay there for about a couple of days, and that way I would get charcoal.
Chocolates. Otherwise turn into ashes.
Yeah, and then I get a grinder. I'll grind it up by hand in my mortar pestle.
Yeah.
And then it's really, really super fine.
Right.
And then I would mix ingredients with that, nitrate, so it can burn,
Yes.
right? And then I'd mix other different things with it,
Yes.
and then mix it around like that. And then I'd get some like little pie things made from kitchen foil,
Yes.
like a little pie tray.
Yeah.
And then I would fill up all those and leave those on a windowsill so they dry out completely. And then I put like a little dent there, like with a ping pong ball.
Yes.
And press that down like that. So when I put the herbs on,
Yes.
they will stay there. Yeah, so I would light that and it would keep burning.
How long
And
does it last?
then quite a while.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Then I put that on top of my sensor that's got sand in it.
Okay.
So I
Tell
fill
me
it up with
about this
sand.
sensor. What's this sensor you're referring to? The sensor. that
Yeah,
you're
the
referring-
sensor is one I made from a tuna can that you swing through the air like that.
Oh, that one. That's
Yeah.
called a sensor.
Yeah,
I get
yeah,
it.
sensor.
I
yeah.
remember now.
Incense sensor.
Incense sensor.
Yeah, and you fill that up with sand.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, and then you put your charcoal on top, and then you get your
Right.
loose herbs like sage
Yes.
or frankincense,
Yes.
and then you put that on top, and then that burns. And that's how I would do it. And I also made my own athame knife.
What's that?
It's a knife like that, and it's called athame. It's a witch's knife.
Oh.
So it's got a two-bladed edge.
What does
Not
it
for
use?
cutting.
What do you need to?
Like that.
Oh, so
For-
just blunt.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
for drawing up a magic circle in the ground.
Oh.
Yeah. So you work in the circle. All witches and magicians, and great sages, when they're casting spells, they always work within a circle, a magic circle,
Why is
So,
the circle leading?
to protect you from entities. So and you contain all the power in the circle.
Yesterday, I had a friend came to a podcast. He's an artist. She was talking about the power of dots, how it's a circle, you know,
Yeah.
the comfort.
Hmm.
And now you're talking about circle being to protect you.
Yeah, that's right. And all your power is contained within that circle. So with the athame knife, like that, I made the blade. Oh, God, I've never ever done it before, tempering and hardening, they call it. And the handle looks amazing. I'll
Yeah.
show you one day. I've got it around my storage
Yes,
shed.
yes.
Yeah, so I really went right into it like I normally do, and I made the athame,
Right.
the blade like that.
Yeah.
I had to shape it like a dagger. It's like a dagger.
Wow.
If you can picture a dagger
Yes.
like that.
Mm.
And I put magic rune symbols on there
Right.
of my name.
Yes.
Yeah. And the handle is just unbelievable how it turned out.
So how long were you in Tasmania before you left Tasmania and start going everywhere?
Oh, that would have been probably about 2001.
And then from there on, how did the journey?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I didn't really know. It was because I wasn't camping then, and when I split up with my girlfriend, Karen, and ended up in the bay, and then, God, where do I go from here? Geez, because I didn't have anything.
yeah.
I had to find a place to live. But anyway, what happened was, I went into this restaurant near where the Commonwealth Bank is.
Yes, yes.
There used to be, or just before there used to be a place.
It's
like
called the
coffee.
Byronian.
Is it?
Yeah, the cafe that used to be, that now is a Commonwealth Bank. It was called the Byronian Cafe.
Oh, right.
Yes.
That's
And
why I went into it.
The only reason I remember, it was because there was one time that I went to have coffee there at 7 o'clock in the morning. They just
Right.
pretty much open. And there was this beautiful gentleman who he sleep roughly.
Right.
And he just came off the bus from Ballina, and he came to me while I was like sitting down to have a coffee, and
Right.
asked if he could have $3 to buy coffee.
Mm.
And I kind of we always greet each other.
Right, okay.
And I got him the coffee, but then the lady, the young woman who was working there, gave me a really hard time
Did she?
for buying him coffee.
Right.
Because she accused me for encouraging him to come begging.
Right, begging
And-
like a homeless.
And no, but he because he was familiar with me, because I always
No.
greet him, and then we always talk, and then it's not the first time that
Right.
we have the encounter of like buying him coffee. So
Mm.
it's not he doesn't just. So when I did, and she said, really rudely, she said, we don't do that here.
Right.
I'll just do it this one time. And ever since, you know, like it does cost. I'm a human being,
Yeah.
Shanti, and I felt so offended. And I remember looking at her
Yeah.
and not saying anything, just looking at her, and then just to stop her from saying. And I gave her like the
look.
death stare,
A
you know,
look,
like
yeah.
and then ever since I saw her, I would just give her that stare
The
for
look.
years.
Yeah.
And then one day I just got tired, you know, like eventually you get tired of
Doing that.
doing that, and then
Yeah.
it was just eventually my soul was just tired out of this bullshit, and I was like, I'm not even going to acknowledge that she's around. So I stopped looking at her, I stopped giving her the stare, and then from that time, you know, the power of not giving attention to something, I just never see her again.
Mm.
And I'm really glad that I gave up on giving her the stare,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, I realized you probably caught her on the wrong time as well, and she
Yeah.
decided to be a bitch that day. So that's just Baronian, one next to the railway
Yeah,
park.
that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. That's where I went in there. I think it might have been to get a cup of tea or something. a drink.
Right.
But there was a guy sitting down, and he called me over. He said, "Sit down. Would you like something to eat?"
Yeah.
Anyway, I sat down and got to know him, and he was looking for someone because he had his own business
Right.
on the bay. You know, it was some kind of special cart that you drive, and selling soft drink and ice cream and things like that on the
Oh,
bay,
yeah.
on the main beach.
Yes.
Well, he had that business, and also he needed someone to help around the place because he was so busy. And anyway, I had accommodation, so I was actually showing me a room where I could stay, and I put in some palm trees, and I did some other landscaping as well.
Yes.
On his property.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how I got to know Ron, and God, I've known him for 20 odd years now, and I see him every now and then because he'd come into the Carmen pot, you know, quite a lot, and that's how I got to know him. And that's when it was when I was staying there that I rang Karen up to organise going up there
Yes.
to get some stuff. So my TV was there. And so there was a few other things too I had to gather up
Yeah.
to take down to my storage shed on the Gold Coast,
Right.
in Nerang.
In the rain.
Nerang.
Oh, Nerang. I thought you said in
Not
in the
Nerang,
rain.
no.
In Nerang.
Nerang, yeah,
so,
that's right.
So sorry.
That's
Got
it.
to replace the things in the rain.
Nerang.
Like who can be so
Nerang.
mean to Shanti? My hearing.
No, that's right.
Excuse.
Okay.
Right. Nerang.
Nerang, yeah, I've walked all over Nerang, everywhere. I know that place really well.
How did people react to you when they see you, like in Nerang?
Oh yeah, on the Gold Coast. Oh my God, I couldn't imagine walking around.
How when you were in those days walking around, how do they receive you?
And also too, I wasn't wearing clothes like this either.
yes, that's
Yeah, because that's a slow process.
right.
Yeah, a lot of people. How did you start wearing these clothes and that clothes?
It's so
But
cool.
but I used to wear black from head to toe.
I remember that
Yeah.
there were some times you were completely black. The hat is black, everything is black.
Yeah, down in Hobart, when I used to smoke and drink, I used to dress in black from head to toe. I was very well known.
Was there a,
Very,
was
very
there
well
a,
known.
was there a reason that you
No, I just
were
liked
comfortable?
just like the clothing. So I used to have a black Cobra hat,
Right.
and around the rim was a special studded strap that I had specially made up. And I had black denim jeans with studs down here,
Yes.
right? And studded wristbands
Yes.
and a studded collar
Oh wow.
with a Maltese cross.
And you
over the-
designed it all yourself.
Yeah, and black cowboy boots with studs all around here. Yeah, so I was very well known down in Hobart, and I used to go to nightclubs and pubs and things like that, and they used to just the crowd would just open up.
Yeah,
like this.
make space for you.
I used to just walk straight through
Wow.
without paying coverage and that kind of thing.
That's beautiful. It's,
But I dressed in black. I've still got photos.
you still have those iconic costumes and the
Ah,
clothes?
yes, I do. Yeah,
The
I've still
boots
got.
as well?
So every now and then, I wear my black denim jeans and studs down here,
Yeah.
and with my black Spanish cowboy boots, which they're brand. I mean, they cost over $500. They come right up here, right, not right up here,
Yes,
here,
yes.
and zips on the
All the
side,
way to the shin.
and a red flame.
Right.
Yeah, so they're called the red flame cowboy boots.
Okay.
Yeah, with and the heel out here,
Right,
and all that
so
part
it's
there was
thick.
stainless steel,
Oh, yes.
stainless steel heels, and
You can walk for miles and not getting damaged.
no, and got the silver studs all over them.
Wow.
Yeah, and a strap around here with a skull on the side.
So how did you come to end up designing your own clothes?
Yeah,
your
it's
own
just something
hats and
I'm
shoes?
interested in. You know, those types of clothing
Right.
I'm drawn to.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit like the type of clothing Elvis wore,
Oh yes, that's right.
even when he was young.
Flare
You know,
pants and
oh, when he was in
Oh.
a teenager, even when he was 18 years old,
yeah.
even before he became a star, because I heard one of his girlfriends, she was only 16 years old, Dixie Locke, her name was, so she was 15 years old, and her first boyfriend, and Elvis's first girlfriend was Dixie Locke, so Elvis was only 16 years old. And he turns up to meet the parents. You know what he was wearing? You
No.
wouldn't believe it.
Tell me.
A pink suit.
Wow.
No one wears pink suits and red suits like Elvis did.
Wow.
Yeah, and when he was going to Humes High School, when he was just about the same age,
Suit.
and everyone had crew cuts except for Elvis.
What's a crew
A
cut?
crew cut is having very, very ultra short hair, like a GI haircut
Oh.
that they have in the military when you join the army.
Right.
Every-
Well, Elvis has this iconic.
And he had longer hair.
Wow.
Yeah, so my hair, it wouldn't be as long as what my hair is, but
Oh,
it was
yeah.
considered long compared to a crew cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one time he was in the change room and there were some older boys. So he got tormented a bit too and picked on because of his...
Oh.
Anyway, they were just about to give him a haircut. Anyway, this older boy came in and so he said, "What's going on over here?" He said, "You're thinking about giving him a haircut, are you? Well, if you do that, you're going to have to give me one too."
Ah.
Well, they backed off because Red West knew how to use his fists.
Mm.
Yeah, and he could fight. And later on, he became one of his bodyguards.
Oh,
And that's how he
wow.
got to know Elvis, because Red West was also going to the same school. It was called Humes High School.
And your design and your liking of fashion is inspired by Elvis in a way as well,
No.
or not?
No.
Okay.
Never happened like that.
No, not like that.
No.
Okay.
No, it didn't. I already had that anyway.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because
But
Elvis...
it's just the similarity that you mentioned happened to be.
No, Elvis was... I'm just giving you an example.
All right.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
With creativity.
Yes.
So
yes.
Elvis would have to be creative.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit like an artist with painting.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so I have that
I love
creativity too.
I love the clothes every time, every day. Every time I see you walk, you never wear the same ones. It's like
No.
you have tons of them.
Yeah, tons of them.
It's amazing, and they're all beautiful.
Elvis never wore the clothes I wear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wore different clothes. I mean, I've got I'm attracted to colour.
Yes.
And like, I've got a pink suit. I've
Yes,
got a
you-
red suit. I've got turquoise blue.
Yes.
I've got royal blue.
Yeah.
I've got yellow.
Yes.
And I've got green. They're full block colours.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I wore those for a long, long time. And then my mind's always thinking.
Right.
You know, it's like the symbols.
Yes.
Like the peace signs.
The peace sign.
Yeah. So I've got all different
Yes.
things I'm really drawn to
Yes.
with all my
And the
types of colours.
The love hearts as well.
Yeah.
The sign, the flowers.
Mm. And I've got I had a beautiful jumpsuit made in
Oh,
Thailand.
yes?
Yeah, in Thailand.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a red, crimson jumpsuit.
Right.
Yeah, and it's got a high collar
Right.
right up here, and it's got flared
Yeah.
pants
Flare ends.
and sleeves
Oh wow.
as well, and it's got rhinestones all over it.
No way.
Yeah, and it's got an eagle here, and an eagle on the back,
Yeah.
made of all different colours of rhinestones.
Right.
Yeah.
What about the belts?
Yeah,
Because some of the belts you wear is really unique.
Yeah, well, this one there's no belt like this one. This
Right.
one is specially made for the jumpsuit. So a jumpsuit is just one zip,
Yes. Yes.
and you can just slip it off.
Yes.
Yeah. And the belt I've got is made of all kinds of rhinestones,
Right.
and the buckle's like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's specially designed for that red crimson jumpsuit, and I've got a cape as well.
A cape.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got capes.
Oh yes, I've seen you in capes too. Yes, once in a while, not very often.
Not
enough.
very often, no.
No, not very often.
No, once in a blue moon. But I do have a cape.
Very artistic.
So the capes, like with fashions, how
Yes.
they come and go.
Yes.
So in the 1700s.
Now it's like so almost like ponchos the way
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got some really old-fashioned ones that I had specially made. They're brand new,
Yes.
but designed to look old,
Yes. Yes.
with incredible puffy sleeves and that.
All right.
Yeah, I got the most incredible.
Wow.
I got quite a few different designs
Right.
of capes. Yeah, like Dracula. Remember those
Yeah,
Dracula
yeah,
movies? You know,
yeah.
with the cape and that.
Yeah.
You know, in the medieval England in
Yeah.
the fog.
Yeah.
And he's got a cape and that. So I got quite a few of those, and I got a cape that is attached to my jumpsuit.
Mm.
I've got a photo of me holding out my cape like that.
Yes.
Yeah, so when it falls down behind here, I can grab it like that and lift it up like this, like a bird, like I'm just about to take off.
It's like a wing
Yeah.
spreading.
Yeah, I got a photo of myself with a woman from Mullum, just outside the other joint near the Pink Lotus, in my gallery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a gallery on my website.
Right.
all the-
Yes,
of
please
all the photos.
tell us about your website, because also you do photography, you said, and you also because you do photography, you say, and then you have a website. You're building a website for
Yeah,
yourself.
already built it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You already built it. Could you?
Yeah,
could
I've
you
already built it, yeah.
Share with us what you have on
Yeah, so I've got
content.
it's a lot. How things have evolved
Right.
within me personally, where you don't realise what you're going to end up becoming, like an investigative journalist or a lawyer studying law. Been studying criminal law
Yes.
since 2020
Yes.
and law enforcement. And people say, why would you study? When you say law enforcement
Yes.
instead of police, I mean, it's one and the same thing, but if you're going to be a lawyer, you've got to study the police.
Yes.
And
Okay.
and then because people haven't studied anything to do with criminal law or criminology, so I specialise in criminology, psychiatry and psychology. Those three together is everything.
Of course.
Yeah.
When you're investigating.
Yeah, it's like Columbo. It was a TV series back in the 1970s.
Yeah.
And the lead actor was Peter Falk.
Yeah.
And he was a cop, a detective. But when you look at him, you think, my God, is he a detective? With a grey overcoat, about this tall, with a cigar hanging out of his mouth. You would never, ever dream that he's a police officer. But the difference between him, he had the most incredible razor-sharp mind for detail. And he could solve cases that no other cop could solve. He was very, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so I got something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, a razor-sharp mind.
So informed.
Yeah, that's how I know. And because of with coronavirus that happened in 2020,
Yes. That was hard time.
my intuition told me something's not right here. So what did I do? I began to study about the government.
Right.
That's how I got into law, because my intuition is a faculty of the soul. It doesn't need the medium of the intellect, right? That's how Paramahansa Yogananda was able to know everything, because he spoke to doctors using medical terminology,
Yes.
and they all thought he was a doctor, and he's never read books on medicine,
Oh,
because
very
a
interesting.
soul knows everything. It's called intuition. ESP, extrasensory perception. You can heighten that, and you can develop it. With most people, they're only using semi-intuition.
Right.
Yeah. So I get a feeling about certain people, and I know a lot about them without anything. I don't even have to see them. If they talk, I can tell a lot by the voice and the sounding of the voice of what their character is like and their intellect, their especially their character or their karma.
Yeah, yeah.
I get a feeling about certain people, whether I should bring them into being, a close friend.
Close to you or
yeah,
not, yeah.
or keep them at an arm's distance. It's like if you're starting up a business, you want to get some people to come in to help you with your business. So you want to get the right kind of people.
Yeah.
So your intuition, when you interview them, you will know straight away.
Yeah. I mean, like naturally, it's a bit like when you watch a little child or a dog,
Yeah.
they pull away from something that they sense not right.
Yeah,
They
like
will
that.
pull your hand naturally.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and I think like the most of the time the failure of adults is not listening to the child indicating that, and so they stick around. But the child is like, for me, it's like is the closest one to the ground,
Yeah.
because they're so close to sensing everything, and so
Yeah.
when they say, let's go,
Yeah, let's go.
if you don't listen, I feel
Very
like
sensitive.
yeah,
Children are.
extra sensitive.
Animals are too.
Yeah.
Dogs. They can pick up on the vibe.
Yes.
And horses.
Yeah.
You never get on a horse unless you got your emotions under
I
your
mean, the
control.
horse just kick you right back out.
Yeah, so the calmer you are, the better.
John, would you mind, excuse me, I go to use the
Okay,
bathroom
yeah,
for a minute, and
yeah.
I'll come straight.
Okay. Yeah, great masters, they work directly through intuition. They can read the thoughts of any person. They never do that unintentionally, like pry into people's thoughts.
It's a bit like
But
mother sometimes.
But they can. But they can do that if they have that power. That means there's no person that can deceive them,
Yeah.
because they know exactly, because they know their thoughts, what you're up to. There was a woman, and he was in his study, and he was just sitting down at his desk, and and he always kept the door open to his office, and he always would have someone at the door. And the woman, she had evil intentions of wanting to get on with Paramahansa Yogananda, to get all men back for what one particular man did to her and gave her that sexual transmitted disease called gonorrhea.
Okay.
And because Paramahansa Yogananda was very, very well known, right, he couldn't take chances of something like that happening, and that can happen with well-known famous people. So to have a witness, he would have the door wide open and a person standing there. And Paramahansa Yogananda, he said to the woman, "I know your evil plan." Looked at her.
Oh, what a stomach churning thing to experience for her.
Yeah, and there was
Sometimes I think we sense with people, but we don't want to say it. We just walk away, avoid them at all costs,
yeah. Yeah.
and tell ourselves like, by now I know exactly, and I want nothing to do with you.
There was a married couple, right?
Yeah.
Where the husband was very unfaithful, using his wife to his own ends. And in a fit of anger, he picked up a chair and he was going to bring it down on her.
Oh.
And she looked at him. She said in a very firm spiritual voice, right? Because she developed very spiritually she was a yogi
Yeah.
devotee, Paramahansa Yogananda. And she said to him in a very firm voice, "I know who you really are, a wicked man, get out."
Wow.
Oh my God, he dropped the chair. He went out that door so bloody quick, she never ever saw him again. She was very in her firmness in her voice. And with her eyes, because the eyes have great power with the chi.
That's what they say, it's the window to the soul.
Yeah, the windows to the soul. Yeah, it is. Paramahansa, when he was up on stage in front of 100,000 people, he used to give a little exercise. This is like back in the early days, in the 1920s. And he would show people the great power of the mind and how you can heal yourself and to heal other people. Anyway, he said there's 6 people in the audience that can come up on stage, and everyone was very, very quick to get up there to be very close to the great Swami. And he said to the first man, he said, "Put your hand here," and each man put your hand on each other's shoulder like this, and just very gently he straightened his spine, flicked his stomach, and the 6 men went flying through the air.
What?
And hitting the wings, and he protected them when they came down.
This is from the book that you wrote?
Yeah, on stage, yeah.
But this is from the book that you wrote, these
Yeah,
stories?
this
That
is-
you read?
No,
I mean,
no, this is Paramahansa Yogananda up on stage giving a discourse in front of 100,000 people.
Wow.
People used to come from all over the country. And he said "Is there a doctor in the house?" A doctor comes up on stage. He said, "Take my pulse," like this. Takes his pulse, It's just beating normal. He said, now take the pulse in my other hand. My God, it was beating extremely fast.
Wow.
And he said, now take the pulse in my other wrist again. This one wasn't beating. And the doctor, he went back to his chair, shaking his head like this, saying, impossible, impossible. Paramahansa Yogananda could stop his heart completely at will without causing conscious death.
Wow.
You know what he did? This was a conducted experiment. There was one, after this massive big discourse he gave in front of a lot of people, later he went into a public, in the same building, and laid down on the couch. And one of the men, he knew of Paramahansa Yogananda, who was actually at the discourse in the audience. And the other man, anyway, he's laying down there on the couch and he started doing this breathing technique. And then all of a sudden, oh God, they started getting worried. He went white as a sheet and he wasn't breathing. His heart had stopped. No breath, nothing at all. And they said, they were getting really worried because one of them said, my God,
He's
put
dead.
something over the door here, because how are we going to explain a corpse on our hands?
Of course.
Yeah, they were really, really worried. And anyway, in no time at all, the colour started changing in his face and the blood started coming back in the same colour, you know.
Wow, what
And
an
he started
experimentation.
and started breathing. They didn't know what he was going to do. He said to the two men, he said, it's not that hard to do when one has the power. In that verse out of the Bible, it says, I, Christ consciousness, I die daily.
Pardon, can you repeat it?
I, Christ, die daily. That's in the Bible.
Right.
I, Christ consciousness, die daily. That means dying at will,
Yes.
without causing conscious death. So your heart, so it's called pranayama. Pranayama is not a breathing technique.
Right.
It's got nothing to do with breathing. A lot of people seem to think so, but I've explained to people that it's got nothing to do with breathing. And it's got to do with controlling the life force in your body. Yeah. So the life force that's going through the nervous system, sound, sight, taste, touch and smell. Right? So that's the life force. If that wasn't the case, you'd be sleeping. Your eyes wouldn't be able to move around or anything.
Yeah.
So when you go to sleep at night and you start drifting off, and you're drifting off even more, the life force, when you go off to sleep, starts withdrawing away from every part of your body, from the motor nerves, from your muscles, from the sensory nerves, sound, sight, taste, touch and smell, from the secondary main switch, which is your heart, right? So your breathing slows right down like that. Okay? And then all that life force that's in your body, and from your muscles and sensory nervous system, it all goes into your spine. And then all that energy then goes up your spine and into the brain. And then you go off to sleep. So the telephone bell switchboard is disconnected. That is, no incoming calls. And that's how you sleep. So what a yogi does consciously with ordinary people who go to sleep, they become yogis unconsciously while they're sleeping, where the yogi does it consciously in deep meditation. And he can switch off the heart like that, where it's not beating at all.
When he wants to as
when
well.
he wants to, yeah. So the heart has a complete rest. So instead of like that, it's like that. Yeah. Babies, little children,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5 years old, and this has been proven because I've seen documentaries on this. I saw a baby under the water with a scientist with oxygen tanks on here, and the baby didn't have anything, and it was blowing bubbles with its eyes wide open. And the scientists, they find it mystifying. How is that possible? Well, it's not that hard when you know the psychological state of the body and the bloodstream. A baby's heart is like that. An adult, like that. And it's to do with the diet. Babies haven't eaten any food as yet, and their bloodstream is very, very pure. No toxins. So the main part of the heart is to pump the dirty blood, venous blood they call it, pump the dirty blood into the lungs for purifying. So the heart pumps 18 tonnes of blood every 24 hours and never gets any rest, not even in sleep. But a baby, and little children, little ones, even 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, they've even found a child that's been under the water for 2 hours, brought back, no brain damage at all, and have survived. And their heart is like that.
I mean, they were in a warm with
Yeah.
surrounded by water.
Yes. Yeah.
Liquid.
So it comes down to what the food you eat.
Diet.
Yeah. So a baby is on breast milk. A liquid diet.
Holy liquid.
Yeah, wholly liquid. Yeah. And then once it starts getting into eating food, and most of the time not the right kind of food,
Yeah.
that's mainly to do with the parents.
Yeah.
Because when I was growing up, it was ox tongue, brains,
Yeah.
kidney pie,
Anything that
every
all
part
organs.
of the animal.
Yeah.
Every part of the animal, blood pudding, stripe from, tripe from the intestine of the calf. So all the animal parts is what mothers fed their children. In
The
the
idea
60s.
of no wastage.
No wastage, yeah. Yeah, so that's the key secret in breathing less. So people that eat meat,
Watch the diet.
yeah, watch the diet. So vegetarians, eating vegetarian foods, fruit and vegetables and nuts and these kinds of things, they break up very, very quickly and don't produce as much waste compared to
Nuts breaks up quickly. I thought
2 hours.
Or 2 hours.
S-
Because they consist of a lot of oil as well, so I thought maybe...
very good for you.
Okay.
And dairy products, providing the animals are treated with love and kindness and unpasteurised, not pasteurised. Yeah, all dairy products contain like milk and sheep's milk, and most liquids from the creatures contain 35 enzymes. But with dairy products like milk that's been pasteurised, you're lucky to find 2 enzymes. I did a test on that down in Hobart. Yeah, so I checked out a place down in Hobart, or just out of Hobart, where they produce dairy products, and I rang them up about that to find out their heating time.
Right.
Yeah, so with conventional milk, it was 148 degrees Fahrenheit at a very, very high temperature.
What's that in Celsius? Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit, yeah.
Oh, yeah, what's in Celsius? 148
Yeah,
degrees.
something probably in the 30s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So it's
would
very
be
high
fine.
temperature,
Yeah.
which kills the
The
vitamins,
good.
amino acids. Yeah. But they used a much better temperature. Yeah. So the temperature wasn't as high.
Because I mean, milk is naturally warm from the breast,
Yeah.
from the breast of the mother, and so when you heat it again, you know, obviously, like the baby's
until-
receiving, the baby's receiving all the right things right from the nipple.
Yeah.
Whether
yeah.
it's a baby goat or whatever species,
Mm.
whichever species, it's already warm milk.
Yeah.
From-
And when they pasteurize it by cooking it, that's because of pasteurization law. It was Louis Pasteur who invented that process.
And where is Louis Pasteur
Pasteurisation.
from?
France.
Okay.
He was a French chemist.
Ah.
Yeah, so he did a lot of experiments, and so they would use pasteurization on beer, wine, all these kinds of liquids to stop the to keep the so it doesn't go off.
Yes.
Yeah, to preserve it,
Preserve it so it
but
doesn't.
it kills friendly bacteria.
So extended life long, but then the good bacteria is all gone.
Yeah,
Killed it all.
it killed it all. Yeah.
So you did a lot of study after you came out of the years of growing
Yeah,
the
with-
holy herbs and,
Yeah, the holy herbs,
and
yeah.
making the holy drinks and you did a lot of research and then like also not just the investigation actually that you alter your lifestyle.
Yeah, altered my lifestyle. Yeah.
It's quite a life changing.
Certainly is, yeah.
And
When I look
you
back
must
on
have
it.
felt it's quite a profound change
Mm.
after years of living that, and also the lifestyle that you have to then embrace because you walk everywhere, meet so many people. You're exposed to all kind of characters through the
Characters,
day,
yeah.
and you're known by so many names.
Yeah, so many.
Not just Shanti,
No.
but for me it was Shanti the Walker
The Walker, yeah.
because I know another Shanti. I know two more Shantis and they're girls.
Right.
So then this other Shanti is from the island of Java. I met her in
Oh, right.
Malambimbi.
Oh, did
I was
you?
introduced to her.
Right.
She now lives in New Zealand.
Mm.
And the other Shanti that I know is someone that her parents knows me. I knew her since she was a little child, and her parents and her used to come to drumming circle when I played drum by the beach.
Right.
And so I would get hugs from this
Yeah.
beautiful little sweetheart. A very
Right.
peaceful girl. Like really, the name suits her.
Right.
Really peaceful, calm, have that serenity presence of even in her facial features you sense that, and
I
you're
know.
the other Shanti, but of course you're the first Shanti
Right.
that I knew in the area, and then the second Shanti was the Japanese, and then so I put your name on my phone, Shanti the Walker. Because that's what we all say when we
Walker.
talk about Shanti.
Right, the
They say,
Walker.
the Walker. I say that's Shanti.
It's funny you're talking about that because I just thought about, there was a young girl, her name was Faye Wright.
Faye Wright.
This is probably back in the 1930s when
Yes.
she was a high school girl,
Right.
but very deeply spiritual.
Wow.
Yeah, and she was only 17 years old, and she went to the Ashram Centre where Paramahansa Yogananda was
Yes.
teaching yoga techniques
Yes.
and meditation. And in actual fact, even her parents were drawn to Paramahansa Yogananda. And Faye Wright also had a brother called Richard Wright, who ended up becoming the secretary to Paramahansa Yogananda, who travelled with him everywhere. Anyway, young girl, she could feel this incredible divine love. It's like the hugging saint that's quite well known in the world. you could feel this incredible divine love just pouring out of Paramahansa Yogananda, and all they wanted to do was hug him.
Ah.
I mean, you'd have to be in his presence to know him because he was godly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just touching his skin,
Yeah.
you'd be electrified with
Wow.
his
Really
energy.
that powerful.
Oh yeah, he could hypnotise a whole audience with the power of his eyes.
It would change. It would alter the way a mind like mine
Yeah.
work if I were to experience that kind. Because I'm quite skeptic. I was quite a
Right.
skeptic.
Yeah, well, what he did was, this little exercise, he would freeze every single person in their seats. They couldn't move. And he, with the command of his will, their minds are so powerful, he would command them to move to the left or to the right.
They were not just like
And
playing
freeze
along
everyone.
and obey him. They were not doing that, right?
He would do it just through mind power. So with yogis, let's put it this way, with great masters, he was a guru. That word guru means divine incarnation of God, fully liberated. A dispeller of darkness and of ignorance. He wasn't a master over himself, but not a master over other people.
Right.
Yeah,
There's
there's a big difference, right? So a guru, he shows you the way and gives you the technique, shows you how to contact God by expanding your own consciousness. So avatars, fully liberated saints, God realised, they have omnipotent, all-powerful minds. So they're in oneness with spirit, with God, and there's nothing they can't do. They can walk through solid brick walls, walk on water, because they have what is called city powers. There's 8 of them.
City powers.
Yeah, city powers, yeah. That's mentioned in yoga teaching. So city powers, there's 8 of them. They have the power to make their body as light as they want or as heavy as they want. Even lighter than an atom.
Wow.
How they can levitate in the air quite easily or fly through the air. They never do these kinds of things in front of other people. Okay? They can walk through solid matter, and walking on water, they're able to do that quite easily by changing the atomic structure of their physical body and making their body as light as they want, because they know it's a dream, it's not real. So this is a dream. It looks real.
Yeah.
When you touch like that with the knuckles, it feels solid.
Yep.
So in your dream world, like when you go to bed tonight and you have a dream, whether you remember or don't, they do exist, and there's lots of books you can buy on dreams. So you go to bed tonight when you go to sleep, like you do every night, and you could have a dream of you and I sitting here.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know what your lounge room looks like and the conversation we're having.
Yeah.
And the cameras here, and table, and outside the drum.
Yeah.
So you could create the exact sequence, the exact image in your dream tonight. How we're sitting here and talking. When you wake up in the morning, that dream image dissolves and you know it's not real. It was just a dream. They're just dream elements. But with awakened masters like Paramahansa Yogananda and Jesus, Lord Krishna and others, they know that this is still a dream. That's not real. This table and everything you see in this room are held together by atoms that produces this solid table. So your motor car is held together by atoms, and that's what's holding that together as a solid object. So when you awaken from your dream subconscious mind, when you go to sleep at night and you awaken in the waking conscious mind, you're still within a dream. Well, great masters know it's a dream. And because they have awakened from this dream reality and they know it's only a dream, it has no reality. It's all mind stuff. So God, the dreamer, dreamed you and I into existence along with the cosmic dream we're dreaming now. And it has no reality. So the moon, the sun, the stars, and the galaxy, and the earth, and all the planets, and everything solid was all dreamed into existence along with the cosmic dream we're dreaming now.
So this is why people say
It's,
the power of dream,
yeah,
and that you turn into reality. You have to.
the only true substance is the dreamer. And God, or your soul, is dreaming through you. And we think it's real, so real. I mean, you could wake up in a real cold sweat in a dream in the subconscious mind. Maybe you've had a really disturbing dream,
Yes.
like a nightmare. Maybe you're out in the woods and you just got bitten by a snake. And you think you really got bitten by a snake.
It can be so
And
real
you,
like
and
that.
you wake up. Oh,
Panicking.
oh my God, it was only a dream. Thank God for that. I'm
Yeah.
still alive.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that. That's how Jesus could walk on water, because one dream form can walk on another dream form. So you could have a dream tonight when you go to sleep that you're Superman or Superwoman, and you can fly through the air, jump off tall buildings with a single bound. And there's nothing you can't do in the subconscious dream world. But what the masters can do, they can do all that in this one.
The difference.
That's where the secret is. God is showing us in dreams. So we have, as the soul, we have freedom. But only when we go to sleep in the dream world of the subconscious mind. So when your eyes are like that,
Yeah.
you're in waking consciousness, which is right now.
Yes.
When eyes go down like that, you go into subconscious mind.
Mm.
But when the eyes lift up here and you go into the third eye,
Yeah.
you're in superconscious awareness, where there's no dreams. The ego doesn't dwell up here, only down here in the subconscious mind. So that's why people, when they wake up in the morning, they don't wake up feeling refreshed. Or I wake up feeling a bit tired. You know why? They've been up all night viewing their movies.
Oh.
Yeah. But if you turn your eyes up here, like little children, up here, you don't dream. You have 100% fresh sleep.
Yeah, there can be an experience or mornings where you wake up and you feel like, wow, I feel so rejuvenated,
Yeah.
so rested, so well rested in a long time. That kind of feeling. The mind was not occupied with ego during the sleep. The
watching
ego
movies.
was
Watching movies.
playing all the movies.
Been up all night watching movies when
yeah.
you should be sleeping.
Yeah, leave it to rest. And
In the beginning, as an adult, an older person,
we are so influenced by so many things,
if you're
distractions.
sitting here and you turn your eyes inward gently here, you'll see the white of the light of the eye right here. That's why Jesus said, when thine eye is single, thy whole body is full of light. So yogis turn their eyes inward and concentrate here. And then occasionally because you're not used to it,
Yeah.
the eyes will fall back down. So you've got to
Right.
keep an eye on that, and in time your eyes will go there automatically, like children.
Right.
Dying people always turn their eyes here. So that's the positive. Right there is the positive and negative poles. Yeah.
Right.
That's called the medulla oblongata.
Medulla oblongata.
Yeah, it's the lower stalk-like section of the brain that continues with the spinal cord that contain the control centres for the heart and lungs. It's the centre of all centres in the brain and spine. It's the only point on the human anatomy that cannot be operated on by a surgeon. Is here. It's also called
Medulla.
the mouth of God.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
The mouth of God.
Yeah, the scientific medical terminology is called medulla
Yeah.
oblongata.
Medulla
But the doctors
oblongata.
don't know the spiritual significance of it. Yeah,
So,
the mouth of God. That's
to-
where you leave when you die.
Talking about this depth of anatomy and all the spiritual, connection to it. Can you explain any? Can you say anything that of your knowledge and experience in regards to the pineal gland?
Yeah, the pineal, the pea-sized organ in the brain, a spiritual.
Because
Can
that has a lot to do with the yogi and all that sort of stuff as well that I've seen people talk about. heard
Yeah, the
people talk-
pineal gland. Yeah, it's a very small, like a pea-sized
Yeah,
organ in the brain
pea-sized,
up
yeah.
here. Yeah. Yeah, so concentrating on those points. Yeah, the pineal gland. Yeah, you got the chakra centers in the cerebrospinal axis.
Can you explain us the chakras? Many of us don't meditate.
Yeah, because the chakras contain different colours. There's different colours
Yes.
and vibrations and sounds that yogis use to open them up. And it happens more so when you're meditating. Even just using that sound
Beautiful
from
sound.
from the Paramahansa Yogananda didn't use the Sanskrit terminology of the chakra centers, and the reason why he didn't because they're most difficult to pronounce.
Oh,
And it would cause confusion too because they're not in English.
of course.
So he referred them to the chakra centers connected to the medical terminology
All right.
down the base of the spine, coccygeal center. No, coccygeal.
Coccygeal.
Coccyx.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right down here.
Right.
Also in Hindu, they call it the Muladhara
Muladhara.
chakra center. So he didn't use these words
Yes.
to confuse Western people. I'm glad he didn't really because some of them are really hard to pronounce.
Pronounced, yeah.
So he made it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and then you got the navel, the lumbar region, and then you got the heart, and then the throat chakra, and then the third eye, also called the astral eye, or the
okay.
all-seeing eye of God,
Yes.
or the eye of Shiva,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got the crown chakra, the 1,000-petaled lotus of light. So they're the 7 main chakra centers spinning around at different frequencies in the spine. So they cannot be analysed by scientists because they're so subtle but connected to the physical. It's in the astral body. Yeah, so the astral body and the physical body are completely and utterly identical. Without the astral body, you don't have a physical body. Yeah. You can actually learn and train yourself to astral travel. And you can actually prove it to yourself. You can even ask someone who's lost a hand
Yes.
or an arm or a finger. They can always tell you it still feels like the arm is there.
It's there.
It's called a phantom limb. So they might have the arm, physical arm, amputated here, but they can still feel their fingers here because the fingers are still there.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's very interesting. That's true. I've had friends who have lost limb.
Yeah.
And though they use the one of them specifically lost the from somewhere here, the thighs to the bottom, and was using what do you call prosthetic?
Oh, like an artificial
artificial limb.
Oh,
and,
right, yeah.
And he was surfing, and the thing is, even though he was using that, he doesn't necessarily feel like he was actually using the artificial one, because in his mindset, he said he felt like he was walking on his own blood and flesh.
Yeah.
And then there is this experiment that I saw online where people will place a fake hand.
Right.
And convinced, like a blow up rubber balloon hand, right? Put it next to the right hand and convince them that this is their right hand, and hit it to believe that it's their right hand, hit it with a hammer, and they scream. They actually felt the pain.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
It's still there. Yeah.
Yes. But it was hitting the rubber hand, not the real hand.
Yeah.
And they were still convinced. And that they actually felt the pain when there was nothing hitting their real arm. It was unbelievable to us. That.
If they left the body, if they know how to do it, everyone does it. But a lot of people can't remember doing it, like leaving the body when you're sleeping. So just before you go off to sleep, you can leave the body. And there's been many, many accounts of people leaving the body on the operating table.
Yes.
While the doctors, and they've gone up like this, and they're looking down, and they can see the doctors
I've heard so
operating on them.
Yeah.
And they've told when they've entered the body, and when they've told the doctors exactly what they were doing. That's astral travelling. Robert Monroe, I've got a really fantastic book called Out of the Body, Astral Body, and Robert Monroe explains in great detail about his incredible experiences he had with astral travelling.
Wow.
I remember my cousin in Victoria doing astral travelling down to Tasmania in Hobart, because his sister was living there.
Yes.
And he would go down there and he would see his sister in the lounge room walking around, and then he would tell her exactly what she was doing.
No way.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
The power of thought to you, because nothing travels, light travels at 186,300 miles per second, right? Light travels. There's nothing more powerful than immortal thought.
Of course.
Move down there, like you're down there like that.
Of course.
Yeah, so it takes 1.28 seconds for light to travel from the Earth to the Moon. 1.28 seconds. And Albert Einstein said, he was talking about the universe has a speed limit. And that speed limit is 186,300 miles per second, 300 kilometres per second. Light is very powerful because it's massless, has no mass. So Paramahansa Yogananda and other gurus and masters, they travel by express light. So his master, when he was writing the autobiography of a yogi, he mentioned quite a few times about his guru just appearing. There he is there. Yeah, so they travel by express light.
It's like seeing a hologram.
Yeah. So they can convert the cells of the human body into pure light. And they can transcend all time and space. So to travel from Sydney to Los Angeles, they'd be there like that.
Why do you think we've lost
They're massless. That's how they're able to do it.
Yeah. Why have we not been? I mean, for so long now not tap into the spiritual awareness of all of these, because modern educational system takes us away from it. I feel brainwashed in a way, and these other sort of amazing.
That's why we have thousands of incarnations. Not everyone's ready for any of that. Not even if you gave lectures on that.
Yeah, and a lot of culture believe in incarnation. You know.
Paramahansa Yogananda, it took him as Jesus thousands of incarnations. So Jesus wasn't always enlightened. Before Jesus reincarnated 2,000 years ago, performing all those miracles, in his last incarnation, his name was Elisha.
Elisha?
Yeah, you've heard of Elijah?
Yeah.
Okay. Elijah was his guru, right? Mm-hmm. And Elisha already had supernatural powers. He already had what is called siddhi powers of raising the dead and walking on water. So he was already born like that. But in past lives, many past lives before he was born as Elisha or Jesus, he was just an ordinary human being. And then he had a desire to know God. That could be through other people or experiences he might have had, or me giving away my toxic diet of smoking and drinking. And that's how it happens, like that in souls.
You have to come to a point where there is a desperation of,
Yeah.
I need to end this. It's tiring my soul.
Yeah.
I need to
like that.
walk away from it. And until you come to the point, you're saying that we just keep reincarnating into the next life,
times,
many lives, so that
if
we
you went,
learn a lesson.
If you went to Middle Pub in Mullum,
Yes,
or the Great Northern down in the Bay, and you walked around inside,
yes,
it's 8 o'clock in the evening, when all the patrons are there and drinking and that kind of thing, you'll be able to tell straight away through intuition.
Yes.
They're not ready. Here they are sitting, drinking. You tell by the way they're talking.
Of course.
Yeah. So all those people sitting in there, and if you could see through the third eye, you'd be able to see more than just physical beings there. You'd be able to see dark entities there. That's where you got spirit possession. So spirit possession is not a myth. A lot of those souls that lived in pubs and around alcohol, they're earthbound, right? And they're trying to capture the vapours from the alcohol. So when they become earthbound on the planet Earth, that's where they hang around. And they can pounce and jump on different souls that are in those nightclubs and in those bars, and have them do things they don't even know they're doing. They torment them. We're talking about alcoholics, sex perverted souls that have lived that lifestyle while living on the planet Earth, but now they're earthbound. They don't have bodies. Now they want to experience earthly desires, and they take possession of human souls and want a free ride, a free ticket, and they want to torment them. Yeah, I did much study on.
So basically, they become the tools.
Tools, yeah. That's where you get serial killers, mass murderers, rapists, all these dark souls
being disconnected from what's true.
Yeah, they've been spirit possessed. So no person, no soul could commit horrendous atrocities or murder like serial killers or Jack the Ripper if they weren't spirit possessed. Yeah. So spirit possession is not a myth. It's a lost science, but that's how they do it. Jesus exorcised a lot of evil spirits from people. There was a man, and he was tormented. He not only had one spirit possessing him, he had 7. Yeah, 7, because you got to remember an astral body, not the physical, astral body, as I explained before,
Yes,
in the
yes.
astral universe,
Yes.
are subtle, not gross. So 7 evil astral spirits, entities, can be in one person's body. Yeah. And if they stay in there for too long, they wreck the brain and send that person to a state of insanity. And Jesus knew straight away, and they knew Jesus had great powers, and he was the Son of God. And Jesus said, "Who are you?" And the spirit said, "I am Legion, we are many." And in the astral universe, they have a leader. And when that spirit said, "My name is Legion, we are many," there was others inside that man's body. And Jesus said, "Leave this man's body, you're wrecking his brain." And that leader of the spirit said, "Do not deny us our freedom, be it good or evil." And Jesus cast out all the spirits. But what he did was, when he cast out those 7 evil spirits, right, he didn't cast them into hell where they came from, in the haze, or back down into the dark lower realms of the astral universe. It's a hellish region, let's put it that way. So instead of casting them back to Hades, back to hell where they came from, serving their karmic time, what he did was he cast them into swine, into pigs. But this time to experience not only human pleasure, but animal pleasure. But what happened was, when he cast them into the pigs frantically went mad, and they ran towards the cliff and went over the cliff and into the water and drowned. And people may say, if Jesus had such compassion, why did he?
Oh yeah, that's true. Huh?
Why did he cast those evil spirits into animals that they would drown? Well, Jesus knew that the evolution time of those pigs were just about up, and they would go to a higher form. And Jesus had such compassion, if he had to cast those evil spirits or those souls back to Hades, that would be too dramatic. So he even had compassion for those evil spirits or demonic entities, so that's how he was able to do it. That's the kind of compassion that Jesus had, even for those evil souls.
How did you come across, how did you come to be very interested in the religious, the Christianity religious side in relation to Jesus and all the biblical?
Because Paramahansa Yogananda was also.
Right. So there is the interconnection because he was sent to.
Yeah. So the Christian Bible is totally misinterpreted.
Okay. In this it just comes to me because I always have this understanding that all religious books, all holy books are written by mankind. And also they're altered in so many different versions. Like the Bible itself, the Protestant Bible is different to the Catholic Bible, because the Catholic Bible have extra books that I think it's apocryph, I can't remember the extra books that was there that's removed within the Protestantism, the Lutheran Bible. And so then I learned that the Lutherans are quite different to the Anglican, the Anglican English whatever, the Anglican Church, and Anglican is different to the Catholic, yet like Roman Catholic, all of that. And there is the Jehovah's Witnesses, there's the Mormons, there's so many, like, they have their own versions of the Bibles and stuff like that. How can people, ordinary people like myself, who don't study into such a focus like you and have a great spiritual awakening, so profound, and that it alters the way you treat yourself, the way you feed yourself, the way you interact with other people. How do ordinary people like me, and people with no wisdom like me, can then be convinced, or like not necessarily be convinced, but as in be more open to channeling this understanding that you have, without worrying about the fact that but these are all men written books, and because then when I apply this thing of it's all men written books, it's sort of blockage as well. There is a blockage that I put myself into. I have to admit it's a blockage, because I am I'm saying to myself, these are men who write this. How am I to be convinced by men written words? And also, quite often, the scripts are written by men, always refer to men. It happened to be that I'm a woman, right? Yeah. So, as you know, women.
There's a lot of woman saints.
Yes, there are.
Many.
Yes,
many women saints.
But throughout history as well, as we see throughout history, so many of the really good women with academic stuff, the good researchers, their names get buried and then replaced by the male figure, as though they're more superior or something. So that's also something that it's at the back of my mind, to question just being a woman, because like we women are just as jealous as men can be, and so when a guy lies to us, we tend to know, and we can investigate better than the CIA if we want to.
Yeah, this is or the Mossad in Israel.
So if you have a perspective on this, I would love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if you
with these men written, like I said,
if you pick up the Bible,
myself.
You don't read the Bible, the pages, like a novel first, and you read the passage of the Bible and you meditate on it. And Paramahansa Yogananda, he wanted to know the incarnation of Jesus. Now, Paramahansa Yogananda, no one is excluded from talking directly to God, and God will talk directly to that disciple, verbally, with the voice. Now, with ordinary people, God talks through disciples or his children, her children, through intuition. Now, with avatars, they have there's a direct dialogue, conversation, where you can actually hear the voice of Mother Divine speaking to you in your brain. But with souls that haven't developed themselves spiritually to that degree, then the source speaks to that disciple through its intuition. I don't want you to go that way. I want you to go that way. I don't want you to get too close to this person here, because this person is a real troublemaker and will get you into trouble. I say to God, show me the character of this person. And God tells me all about this person and what they're like, and their character and their karma. A troublemaker. If you get on the wrong side of them, keep them at an arm's distance. Paramahansa deeply went inward. Show me the incarnation of Jesus. And the divine voice responded, open the Bible. He opened up the Bible, and there it is. It says right there where he opened it up, and it said about Jesus, they knew him not. They didn't know. Yeah. Before Jesus was born, as Jesus in this incarnation 2,000 years ago. In his last incarnation, he was Elisha, and his guru was Elijah. But what happened was, when Elisha was born in his new incarnation as Jesus, and Elijah reincarnated as John the Baptist. But the roles became reversed. Elijah reincarnated before Elisha, his disciple, as John the Baptist, and everyone thought that John the Baptist was the new second coming, the new Messiah. And John the Baptist says, no, there's someone coming much greater than I, and I'm not even worthy to do up his shoelaces. And then Elisha reincarnated as Jesus. So what happened was, the roles became reversed. John the Baptist became the disciple, not the guru. This is quite incredible. This can happen, but very rarely. Jesus spiritually evolved to such a huge degree that he even overshadowed his own guru.
But that's what they say when...
That's very rare. Very rare.
They say a great master, a great teacher, have often the student exceeding the guru itself.
Yeah, that's very rare. Yeah, extremely, extremely rare. But Jesus was a highly elevated... So the Virgin Mary was a virgin, and she's never ever had sex before. Jesus was already highly evolved, that the germ seed, or also called the Christ consciousness, through immaculate conception, was born.
Actually,
So from a past life. So he already had what is called the Christ consciousness,
so
the germ seed within him. So
there was a book that was referred to me a few months ago. A friend of mine and I were talking. Happened to be, chatting a little bit about Jesus, and this was online, and then he said to me that there's a book. I haven't got a grasp, haven't got a hold of a book, and neither have I read it. So, but he read it, and he said that Jesus was married and divorced and remarried.
He was a brahmacharian. A brahmacharian is a celibate yogi. He was never married. He was devoted entirely to God.
But so how is that? There's a lot of
He was a celibate.
different stories about Jesus. They're like modern researchers say different thing, and I mean, like,
You know how you can find out, and how I found out, is through Paramahansa Yogananda, because Paramahansa Yogananda was a brother saint from all brother saints. So Paramahansa Yogananda meditated with Jesus on his bed. There's an account of that. And when Jesus appeared, they can transcend all time and space and manifest and materialise down here on the planet Earth. Well, Jesus materialised in Paramahansa Yogananda's room, and they meditated together. And it's really funny because Jesus had blue eyes, and said to Paramahansa Yogananda, "You didn't know I had blue eyes, did you?" And then his eyes changed to brown, because in the Middle East, in that part of the world where he grew up, you have brown eyes, not blue eyes. And they meditated together, and he explained in great detail about his hair parted in the middle, and he got an artist to do an exact likeness of how he looked 2,000 years ago, not through Western man's eyes.
and so how then did this story of, because Jesus is, like, of course, in relation to Christianity.
Yeah, Christianity,
And so then, there are people that have the historical evidence that the oldest Bibles found in Utopia,
Yeah.
Ethiopia, not Utopia, in Ethiopia. Ooh, Utopia was so good. Let's go there. Ethiopia, and so that's like I have seen some argument that that's of course of African background,
Right.
and they say that Christianity is not a Western religion. It's actually an African, originally from Ethiopia, and then
Alright.
the oldest Bible found there, and then that kind of opened a debate to this argument, because I mean, it's sensible as well that you say Jesus had blue eyes, but because at the same time it refers me back to thinking about the Eve gene. I've read like this information a while back about the Eve gene, where
Yeah.
the Eve gene is only found in a pure African woman.
Yeah.
And that can mutate into blue eyes, blonde hair, anything. So it's just mutate into us, from the dark African skin can mutate to any
Yeah.
of our ethnics. And so, I mean,
There was a great master who once said from India, he said, there's only one religion, and that's a religion of love.
I would
There's only one God, and there's only one God, or she or he, because God has two aspects for all mankind.
Yeah.
So, with God being masculine and feminine on the planet Earth because of duality, opposites, so you got all the opposites, all duality, woman, man, light, darkness. But the transcendental God, beyond the physical realm, has no gender. So you're not a woman, and I'm not a man. You're a soul. So we're all souls. And God, or the source, becomes the masculine and the feminine on the planet Earth, or in the physical realm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you was to sit down in deep meditation and you have a great desire to talk to God in the aspect of Mother Divine, as my guru did, and in India they refer to the source more so as the Mother Divine, or the great cosmic mother.
Right.
That's how she'll appear to you and talk to you in a beautiful feminine voice. But because of Jesus worshipping and talking to God in the form of the Father, then of course the Christians, Catholics, Church of England, and many other churches think of God as the Father. But if you was to refer to God to a Christian or priest as the mother, oh my God, they'd laugh at you. That'd be so ridiculous.
Why do you think people feel so threatened by the female?
I don't know, because of it's really doctrine. Because of the doctrine of the Christian theology and the teachings. And when your brain has been indoctrinated, it's very hard to get away from the old conditioning.
That's true.
Yeah, of Jesus being the Son of God. Also, too, with words. When words are misinterpreted, that word son, S-O-N, has nothing to do with Jesus being, no, it hasn't at all.
So what does it have to do with?
Well, okay. There's two words, Christ consciousness. Okay. I'm sure a lot of people have heard of the second coming. Okay. And a lot of people probably would think, even without much study in this area, the second coming, that Jesus is coming back, probably out of the clouds. But that's not true. The true second coming of the Christ consciousness is coming into your life for a second time in deep meditation.
But that will only come if you meditate. If
If you know the technique,
of deep meditation.
You concentrate on here and you practice the technique that Paramahansa Yogananda taught through Kriya Yoga, and you practice the technique that Jesus also taught as well, when thine eye is single, right? You'll see a golden light there, circling a sphere of opalescent blue, and in the centre is a silvery white star, a pointed star, also called a pentagram. Okay, a golden light you'll see in time, not straight away when you've never done it before. That comes in time. When you see a golden light here, circling a sphere of opalescent blue, and in the centre you'll see a silvery white star. That silvery white star is the Good Shepherd that points the way to cosmic consciousness, which is God. So the blue light chanting Om, Om. One who knows Om knows God. There's a yoga technique where you practice Om mentally, not by moving the tongue or jaw, and you concentrate on here. One who knows Om knows God, and that's in Romans, in the Bible, right? So concentrating here, and then you'll be taken with more practice of yoga techniques. You will come in wonders with the Christ consciousness, called samadhi.
Samadhi.
Yeah, samadhi. So there's two types of samadhi. There's samadhi when you go into the third eye and contact Christ consciousness. So you contact Om first, one who knows Om knows God, and then you contact the Christ consciousness, which points the way to cosmic consciousness. So when you're in wonders with cosmic consciousness, you're in Nirvikalpa Samadhi bliss. That's the highest state of consciousness. You can't go any further than that. That's when you're in the world, but you're not of the world. That's cosmic consciousness bliss. That's that's when you're free. That's when the soul becomes free from the three corks of ignorance of desires: the physical body, the astral body, and another body that has to be also overcome as well, and also the universe, the causal universe, the astral universe, and the physical universe. So the soul, the true you, is held tightly by the corks of ignorance and desires by those three bodies: physical body, astral body, and the causal body. So Jesus was able to take off in one go, and that's very difficult. It's very, very hard to do. He said, destroy this body temple, and in 3 days I'll raise it up. That is, he took off the physical casing, the astral body, and the causal body. He was able to do that conclusively, and that's what he meant by this: destroy this body, and in 3 days I'll raise it up. And on the third day he raised it up. So the causal body is known as the idea body, and it's the cause of the astral body. Without the causal body you don't have an astral body. So the causal body is made of 35 thoughts of God, and the astral body is made of 19 components, and the physical body is made of 16 chemical elements. 16 and 19 is 35 thoughts of God, and that's how God made up the three bodies. So because you got, I'll give you an example, an illustration to make a house.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, you have the idea.
Yes.
Right? And the idea begins in the mind of the inventor. And he has the idea I want to build a house. So he gathers up the building materials. Can't build a house without building materials. You know, timber, nails, hammer. And then you make a few phone calls. You ring up the engineers and builders to come around and build your home. And then it's finished. There it is. Your house made of solid, like that you can move in. So you got the solid house made from the materials, and then it started from an idea, like the light globe made by Edison, who made the light globe, or Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the telephone in 1876. So he had the idea of creating the telephone in his mind and thinking about it, and then he had to gather up materials to put it all together, and then he finishes his invention, and there it is, the telephone, or the light globe, or the motor car by Henry Ford. So God's had the idea, and ideas start in the mind first. So he had the thought of creating the three bodies, 35 thoughts of God, and then the astral body is made of light and energy. 19 components: mental, emotional and lifetronic, intelligence, ego, mind, feeling, sense consciousness, and the 5 instruments of life force: crystallization, assimilation, circulation and metabolism, and the 5 instruments of life force:
What does
crystallization, assimilation, circulation and metabolism.
What does love? How do you define love from what you perceive? You know, how you go through life.
I remember when I was talking about Faye Wright wanted to hug Paramahansa Yogananda and reduced her to tears. Oh my God. She was so upset, that poor girl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she just felt this incredible divine love just pouring out of him because being a great master, she just wanted to hug him.
Yeah.
Anyway, he kept pushing her away to the point he even reduced her to tears. She thought, and she decided to go up to overlooking the Pacific Ocean on the Ashram Centre. She vowed to stay there all night long until she said, there's got to be something wrong with my consciousness. Anyway, she stayed up there for hours and hours and hours. It must have been 1 o'clock in the morning, and then suddenly it came. She said, I've become attached to Master's personality, and that's not what he wanted. She went back down, and Gaia Mata, another very highly advanced saint, said, dear, Master's waiting for you. So she went into his study, his door was open, and nothing more was said. He just touched her on the shoulder and blessed her, and he never from that day forth ever rejected her ever again. She had to learn a lesson about becoming...
Love is not for attachment.
No.
You
So
cannot possess when you come with the mean of pure love.
Yeah.
You don't possess. You don't.
No.
It's not an attachment.
He was a true master.
Appendix.
He was a true master. With other men, they could want a following, like a gathering of people, which is the ego. They're not true masters at all. With men, especially with women.
Oh.
And
but the men,
sex
women with men, they say both of us greedy creatures, selfish and and it takes a lot of this training, this spiritual, this spiritual journey, the depth of it, to be able to even comprehend what you're talking about. And if you, because I think love gives, doesn't take. And so when it takes, that's when it's possessive. It's mine. It's like, don't come near
he was tested once
Wow.
when he was in India. He was still quite young, but still quite advanced. You know, would have been 20-something. Anyway, there was a beautiful, beautiful woman. That was very, very
Indian women are so beautiful.
captivated, right? And and she was so beautiful, and he was like under temptation.
Of course.
But he said inwardly, "I want to see the voice." He said, "I want to see the face behind this one, the
Okay.
divine face of God." Yeah. The divine voice, right, said to him inwardly, "Go ahead, take her."
And what happened?
And that's what he said. "I want to see the face behind this one," so he wasn't tempted with sex.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. He's what is called a Brahma Charian.
Oh, the
So,
Brahmic is that the
Brahmacha-
priest? The priest.
Brahmacharian means celibate yogi.
Oh wow.
That's what that means.
It's amazing to be able to live your life
Yeah,
on
yeah.
on
with
that realm where
Yeah, oh,
like
yeah, you have to-
trance where you don't even you block or whatever. You're free to not even think about sex.
That's right. Yeah, he warned a lot of devotees at the ashram centre in India, because a lot of them were packing up their bags and everything to leave. He said, "If you leave, all your bad habits will come up again. The one thing that is the most difficult for all human souls is sexual desire."
Oh yes, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, especially with men. He said, with men, the spiritual path is much, much more difficult, because
mean-
the sexual instinct or the sexual force is most strongest in males, because they carry on the species. If it wasn't so, then men and women would be doing it all the time. But Mother Nature has made the sexual force much stronger in men. That's why men have unsurmountable problems
Yeah.
with can't control themselves, and they get themselves in all kinds of trouble
Yeah.
with the police, the law, Epstein and
Yeah.
the Epstein files, and
Yes.
Donald Trump
Oh,
with
God, yeah.
children, and
It's
goes on and
so
on and on.
horrible.
That's what happens. There was one minister in Parliament in Germany. He was so captivated with the opposite sex, he forgot his position. He went off, left his job, went off searching for it all over the world. But that's the delusion of Maya, they call it. Maya is delusion, and Maya is very, very strong.
It's
And
like just lust.
lust. Yeah, lust is not just lust for sex, but lust for all the senses of pleasure,
Yeah.
pleasure seeking. Yeah.
Temporary, like an instant noodle satisfaction.
Yeah.
2 minutes instant noodle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then in the end it doesn't leave you nutrients, doesn't give you nutrients, and you don't you feel hungry again after.
Yeah. You got to have the technique, because if you know how to harness the power of the sexual force, you can transmit that into brain channels, into thought power, into muscular energy, into inventions, into painting, into music. And Paramahansa Yogananda mentioned about that many times. He spoke about Sir Isaac Newton, the great scientist, and he was able to channel that energy. He was celibate, but he channeled that energy into physics, and he was a very famous English scientist. So he channeled that power into his work, into writing, and incredible work. Yeah.
So
Because
how-
it's a creative energy. Yeah, it's a spiritual energy.
Talking about this, you know how it's so incredibly hard to also get out of the situation for the general population, really, to explore the spiritual side of life, because
Yeah.
you are bombarded with pornography on
Yeah,
the
pornography,
internet.
yeah.
Even
Oh, especially with the internet.
you don't need to go to the internet.
No.
You just watch TV drama on the TV.
Oops.
Drama things on the television.
right,
There's
yeah.
all cartoons for children, advertisings on the wall, even lots of things.
Yeah, temptation,
and
yeah.
I mean, like you visit certain, let's say, certain old monuments in India from ancient times, from ancient civilizations.
Oh, yeah,
And
I've
then
seen
you
them.
see on the
Oh, the carvings.
yeah, the
I have
carvings.
seen them, yeah.
It has this sexual
Yeah, they
activities
do.
and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like
The
I mean,
man's-
sex. It is in by nature. It's a part of life,
Yeah.
because we breed, we have the generation continues
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But what you're talking is this greed to feed just on sex.
Yes.
And
The
it's-
true purpose
it's-
of it is to create children. That's the true purpose of Mother Nature giving it to humans to carry on the species, but not as a plaything in the senses as a favourite pastime. There was a young couple who came to Paramahansa Yogananda with this problem, and he knew straight away. He said, "You have no respect for each other. Have a little less sex." And of course, they put it into practice, and they took his sound advice, and their marriage got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. He said, "There's nothing that will bring on divorce quicker than anything by overemphasis or indulging in sex. The two couple are heading off to get divorced because love and sex are as far away from each other as the sun and moon. Love has to be so far up there, it can't be anything else. But with married couples indulging in sexual pleasure, they lose all respect for each other."
What would you think when,
Practice
like, modern
self-control.
psychologists, or some people who go through marriage difficulties,
Yeah.
and they go to like counseling.
I'm going to the bathroom for a moment.
Oh yes.
Nothing more powerful on the planet Earth,
I mean,
out of all the drugs, than
it-
sex addiction.
and in a way, you went through addiction when you were like going on the joints that much.
Oh yeah,
and
and sex
alcohol.
addiction too.
Oh
yeah,
yes.
it's very strong. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
having sex all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, always chasing after the opposite sex.
I'm so interested in like from our conversation just
Yeah.
then with the Yogananda that you
Yeah.
mentioned, because he's a male, right? So like and so I don't know how to see from a male perspective, because biologically is different, and also the way I feel emotionally kind of
Right.
different to men as well. So like that advice that he gave to have less sex, so and so.
Yeah.
That's
Sex control.
Yeah, that's an advice from a man
Yeah.
to a married couple.
Right.
I always wonder what would it be like if he was a woman to give that advice. How would he know for what the woman needs? He knows for what the man needs because he experienced it as a man,
Yeah.
but he wasn't experiencing the meditation as a female.
Yeah, and being a master too.
Being a master
Knows
too.
everything.
Yeah.
Knows everything about everyone. That's the thing with a fully liberated divine master or guru, someone who's been enlightened with cosmic consciousness, knows everything about everything. Yeah, I mean, geez, there's nothing they don't know. They know everything. It's like God. So God, that manifested the entire universe and created every marine life, the oceans and all the creeping, crawling insects. And, I mean, God, look at the human being. Created the human being in 9 months. I mean, that's quite a marvel. And quite often I think, when I look at insects, I think, geez, look at this little creature here, like
But I
an
mean,
ant, like an ant.
yeah.
They can do, and I'm thinking, how can these little creatures, when I'm walking around, walk like that so fast all day long and going up telegraph poles and trees? Where do they get their energy from? It's quite a marvel, really, when you look at it. We look at an ant as a very insignificant creature. I mean, they're everywhere.
I don't really look at them like that because culturally I was raised to think, to live life, and take an example from an ant. If you ever get lost, that's what I got, like raised with the mentality that say, if you ever get lost in life, watch the ants. And I never really did pay attention to it when I was younger, but they always, because we question, we kids question, why would you say that, ask my dad and my parents, of course, and then the thing that they said was, you see how ants work as a social beings, social creatures. They go in line, always going, helping each other, and they say, watch ants when they come across the opposite direction of each other. They stop, they greet each other, they stop, they greet each other, and they continue. Every single ant. And I used to watch just to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
But of course, it's true what they say. Because, I mean, adults tells you because they've known from experience, they've seen it, they've witnessed it. But I was a child, so I didn't come on. Ants don't kiss like humans, like us, rubbing noses. But
like
they
a
do.
greeting.
They greet and they keep going. Every single ant lines that I've seen when they're in the
and they know
community.
They know when rain's coming.
Yes.
Because when I'm walking around and I've seen them moving really quick, I said, rain's coming. And rain comes.
Yes.
And I sometimes wonder, with the floods that we have everywhere, you wonder how they ever survive.
I know, but
with that big flood we had 4
I've
years
seen
ago.
them drifting on logs, like hundreds and thousands of them on logs and float through the floods.
Mate,
So smart.
Very smart, aren't they?
Very smart.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, if they can't be comfortable outside, they find ways to get inside the house and all over the walls.
And now they can smell honey or something
anything
sweet.
Else,
Must have the incredible. I found when I was having a cup of coffee, a fly landed in my coffee.
Or just taking a sip.
Yeah, taking a sip. And I got.
What happened?
And I got my pencil out.
Yeah.
And I lifted it out and I blew on it to dry its wings out.
Yes.
So it would take the fly a long, long time to dry itself out.
Of course.
So I just
keep blowing
like that, and I was watching it with its front legs going behind its wings, like its wings would flatten out to clean its wings.
Yes.
So it was I think it was balancing on its two legs at the front, and then with its back legs, it was cleaning its wings.
Yes.
So here's a creature that carries diseases and bacteria and lands on dead matter and waste and all, and it's everything. And yet, God has put into the consciousness of this creature to look after its wings, because its wings are its best assets. No match against a against a wasp or a web, but its amazing ability to fly at the most incredible speed, and yet there's no invention on the planet Earth with man's incredible technology of aircraft can fly like a fly at the most incredible speed and land with point precision without toppling over.
Just the fact, like I think about flies and mosquitoes, just the fact that I'm thinking I'm going to smack the bastard, right? Because his mosquitoes is landing on me and I get really allergic from them.
Yeah.
It swells up.
Yeah.
Just when I'm about to do this, I haven't even come near it. They're like they say, mosquitoes has no brain. So I wonder, how come if it has no brain, it could sense the wind coming, that I'm coming with my hand,
incredible senses.
smash it, flew before and I smacked my head barely. This
Oh, that hurt.
creature escaped, took my blood away, and I'm like huffing
Oh,
and
no.
puffing after I smacked my own head. The same thing with the fly. So
Most incredible
it's
eyes.
very. I mean, like I think just the fact that they can detect what's coming.
Yeah.
It's pretty brilliant. Mine is
Yeah.
to have no brain for mosquitoes. Like, come on, I'm not sure.
Very
But-
sophisticated
Very.
eyes our flies have.
Yeah, the-
Mosquitoes, they don't make good pilots. They're not very good pilots.
Oh, yes,
They
they-
don't like the wind, and they don't fly very well in the wind. But flies, they have the most incredible, amazing wings. It's their muscles connected to the wings that gives them great flying power. Even when it's really windy, they can still hover in all directions.
Yes, I think bees get carried into the sea and get smashed by the wind.
Yeah.
Where the flies don't really. I mean, often if I go to the beach, I find bees
Yeah.
on the coastline
Okay.
quite often.
Yeah.
Like they got dragged into the ocean wind, and then they're there, and then they really struggle. Where I don't really see flies on the beach struggling. And the thing that I noticed was, you know how there's the green flies, the big.
Oh,
big,
yeah. Yeah.
God,
Big.
they make such a buzz. You don't sleep at night if these things ever get into your bedroom.
No, they're loud. Give you an idea how
No.
fast their wings are beating.
Nature's incredible.
Yeah.
In your travels, as you go everywhere, all around Australia,
Yeah.
and up north, down south, somewhere here in the middle, what is the things that you really hold treasure from those experiences of walking everywhere and meeting people from all aspects of it? What is the thing that you really you treasure a lot, the valuable, whatever it is, whether it's a lesson or experience that you have come to embrace being valuable?
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it, to tell you the truth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I haven't. Yes,
You've just been living.
just living
That's great.
the experience.
Just experience, yeah.
People say living the dream,
Yeah, of course.
but I never ever use that term. I use it up a lot around northern rivers,
Yeah.
especially in Mullum, living
Oh,
the
here.
dream.
Here is like a favorite thing to say. Oh,
Yeah, maybe it's
just living the dream.
yeah, I know. I've heard it
Just
by so
gardening.
many people. I've never ever used that word, living the dream, but I've heard a lot of people using it. They probably don't even know themselves what the dream is all about.
Yeah.
The real, I mean, the Aborigines, the natives to Australia,
Yeah.
they talk about the dream time.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
The dream time.
What do you understand of that? What
I don't know. I've never spoken to natives about that, but it seems like there might be some kind of connection with the dream world, this dream that we're in right now.
Yes.
What amazing, like in the beginning, before there was any universe, no stars, no planets, no solar system, nothing existed at all except spirit. Spirit and God are two different words and not the same. Spirit is called spirit because spirit doesn't have a name. Spirit is nameless because to give spirit a name is to limit spirit. So what was spirit doing all this time when there was no earth, no stars, nothing existed except the dreamer? So the dreamer, spirit, was alone in a deep, timeless slumber with no dreams. But then spirit awakened and then became the creator. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. This is where you have to really put on your deep thinking cap about these words here, with the word Spirit and God the Son and God the Holy Ghost. So there was no one to enjoy Spirit's creation, and that's how it became the creator, and that's how the universe was formed, and the stars and the planets. Light was the first to be manifested, because without light I wouldn't be able to see you and you wouldn't be able to see me. It's like going into a movie theatre. When you go into a picture theatre, the lights are on and you can see the screen, but there's no images up there yet. And then the lights are turned down, you sit down and you see the images going up onto the screen by one beam of light. And you can see the light coming right over the top of you. If you look around like this, you will see where the light's coming from the projection booth, operated by the projectionist. So God said, let there be light, and there was light. And on that one great immaterial medium we call light, manifested the entire physical universe. Now with God, Spirit created God, and then God became God the Son and God the Holy Ghost. So God separated his one consciousness into various aspects, into light and darkness, into the opposite of duality. So that's quite deep when you look into that part of it, about creating light. So light was the first manifestation. So God separated his one consciousness. So God is light. That's how St. John described God as light. God is light. So God separated his one consciousness into various aspects. So they're like agents for creating and controlling various departments of the universe. You know, so the word Son, S-O-N, also referred to as the Christ consciousness, or the only begotten Son. So, and then you've got the Holy Ghost. So the word ghost means something invisible and intelligent. So holy means its point of origin. So Holy Ghost is also referred to as the dove that's described in the Bible about seeing the Holy Ghost. And you see in pictures of a dove landing on the shoulder of Jesus.
So that's like the symbolic.
Yeah, that's symbolic. Yeah, it wasn't a physical thing. So the Holy Ghost is Om. In the beginning, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made, and the Word was made flesh that dwelt among us. In the beginning was the Word, Om, also spelt Amen, A-M-E-N for the Christians, Min for the Muslims, and Om, Hindus. In the beginning was the Word. So that word, W-O-R-D, is not a word from a page. This is where the Christians have got it wrong with doing Bible studies. All sitting around here, each one has a Bible, and they're doing Bible studies, meditating or reading the Word of God, but it's not. The word is Om. It's also called Om, or Amen, or Amin. In the beginning was the Word, Om. In the beginning was Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made, and the Word was made flesh that dwelt among us. So the Holy Ghost is governed by the Christ consciousness. The Christ consciousness is Lord. So when Jesus Krishna, the great prophet from India, that word, how to write it, is spelled Krishna, spells the word Krishna. That's quite well known in India, the great prophet. And to spell Christ, Christ, spells Christ. Put 2 letters on the end of Christ. N-A in brackets is pronounced Krishna. So Jesus and the great prophet Krishna became Christ yogis. When you become in oneness with the Christ consciousness after contacting Om, right, you become a Christ yogi, Lord over everything. That's how Jesus was able to put up his hand like this and say, "Wind be calm." And there was a great calm because they have atomic power over all nature. Nature bends to the will of the Guru. And that's how Jesus was able to calm the storm. And there was a great calm just by putting his hand up here and saying, "Wind be calm." And there was a great calm.
What do you see? You meditate every day, right?
Yeah.
What do you think with what's going on around the world? It's a mess. It's a mess.
Right.
Not in every part, but with politicians' decision making and
Yeah,
how
it has a lot.
how it affects a lot of people's life, and
Yeah.
it's quite, to a point where it's so poignant.
We've got some troubles down here on the planet Earth.
Yes, and
Troublemaking souls.
meditation is really powerful. It's
Yeah.
a really powerful ritual.
Yeah.
And we know that if many, like how Buddhist monks and many people meditate in large
In groups, yeah.
yeah, group, and that sends a really powerful peace.
Especially with other like-minded souls.
Yes.
In large groups.
Yes.
Because you can generate more power.
Yes.
With meditating by yourself at home, and having a meditational circle, maybe once a week or once every weekend or once every
Because
fortnight.
that gathers energy together
Yeah.
in a one.
And that's why it says in the Bible, where 1 or 2 gather in my name, there will I be in the midst of them.
We misunderstood that for
Meditating on God.
Well, let's say, there are people who tend to like to interpret things in their own way, where they can think, make church out of me.
Oh, yeah.
Like also say, don't make a church out of me. Then everyone went to make church out of him.
Yeah.
Very much so. Not everyone, but a lot of people.
What that means is a group of people all meditating together on God generate more power and energy. So if there's one person or 2 people in the group lacking in concentration, the concentrated energy of all the others will strengthen the concentration of the others that are lacking.
Distracted one.
Yeah, so you're generating more power. That's what that means. Where 1 or 2 gather in my name, there will I be in the midst of them. God will be right there with all the meditating yogis.
So basically saying God is not far from you.
No.
It's amongst you.
Right there.
Right there.
Yeah, you don't have to go to the Himalayan mountains. You don't have to go to India and meditate in isolated caves. You can do that right here.
I'm glad you mentioned India now, because I was like all the time from like earlier conversations we had. I was thinking, why do you think people are so obsessed with going to India to do all this?
Oh, they want to be
spiritual-
enlightened.
To seek for enlightenment. There's a lot of people.
They want to be enlightened without doing anything.
And there's the thing that there are a lot of classes that charge a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Coming to this area specifically.
Yeah.
Like you go to a workshop that costs hundreds and hundreds of dollars, not just $200-300. It's more expensive than that. And whether it's a tantric massage, holy tantric
Yeah,
massage,
all
whatever
the
that sort
yeah.
of thing, or meditation stuff. And I've seen some. I mean, I'm quite a skeptic, but also not. I have friends who are. I really genuinely feel they're really sick, enlightened. They really seek.
I never ever say anything to them. Let them go about their business.
I don't either. But like
with the tantra and
there are people that I really appreciate. They really seek the betterment of themselves, and there are people who, after they come out of it, there's no changes. It was more like they went there because they pay a lot of money. It was like more like 90% of the attendance was like an entertainment to the brain.
yeah,
It was
entertainment,
like,
yeah.
I'd rather go to the cinema for that much money. I mean,
Yeah, some they just want a magic pill.
I mean,
or they,
like-
and touch you on the shoulder, like they say,
Yeah.
you're enlightened, without doing anything. Yeah.
But that's the
I've
thing
met
that
some like that,
if I'm
actually.
paying, I was thinking, if I'm paying for $400 to meditate, and there is like, let's say 4 weeks, 4 days meditation, how can I possibly enlighten from 4-week meditation,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
$400, I would rather pay for some concert and make sure that guy who's coming to the concert, I get to dance on his lap. I mean, that's the last. But really, if I'm gonna waste my money, I'll call Elvis from the dead. He's so handsome.
Yeah, cool.
We were talking about Elvis earlier. I was like, oh, we both were so smitten by Elvis'
Oh
handsomeness.
God.
If I were a man, if I
Power
were a
of a
woman.
man. I know.
He's just an incredible,
Good looking.
looking. Everything about Elvis is like, there's nobody ever going to be like Elvis.
No, definitely not. There won't be. He's
It's just the style, everything.
very
is-
handsome.
Oh, please stop saying very handsome. Like, you're tempting me. I'm only a girl. Let's go and knock on his grave. Elvis, are you at the Wi-Fi down there? Please contact us. The connection is bad.
Knock on his grave. Waking.
Oh, God.
You've been sleeping for 40 odd years now.
Yeah, is it 40? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
1977.
It's amazing how his music's just still...
Oh, every time I go on YouTube, because I'm on
yeah, yeah.
YouTube a lot, because they have these
I'm
reactions.
playing Are You Lonesome Tonight?
Yeah,
Is it-
you
oh my God,
lonesome
please.
tonight.
I am lonesome. Please come. Come get me. I mean,
Oh, God.
it's good to laugh at stuff like this, really, because life get quite serious at times, and life is very short.
Yeah.
And I'm probably never going to achieve enlightenment with my way of. I'm just thinking, I'd better just, it's really funny. When I noticed the difference as I was a younger person, in my younger years, you don't really worry about growing, about aging.
No, you don't.
Because you have the energy,
Yeah,
but
you don't
also
think
because
about
I did look after myself. I did the homework. I don't go to drugs or anything
Right,
like that. So
okay.
I have a very focused
Right.
self as well in a way. So
Yeah.
kind of that helped with finding myself not so doubtful and not. I mean, I'm very vulnerable for sure. Always has been vulnerable, but not to be so doubtful about what I was going to do, how I was going to be, and of course there's a lot of pressures from friends as well to try the alcohol, blah blah blah. But
Right.
I didn't. I just couldn't
You
do
didn't?
that. I
You
couldn't.
didn't
I
involve?
just couldn't. It's just something in me that was always a lot stronger to reject it, and no amount of pressure was able to bring me to that side. And I was feeling, of course, left out as well because I was not like everybody else. And I
Right.
just, but at the same time, I was always saying to myself, it's okay, you can be on your mob side, but I'll be just on the other side, on the single side. And what I notice now is that because you don't worry, like you're young, you worry about like, I've got this, I've got that, I want to do this, I want to do that. You worry about all this planning
Plan.
for life.
Right.
And then I came across one day, I was what, 20, so something, so 20 or 20, almost 21, and I came across this thing that John Lennon said, life happens as you're busy making plans.
Yeah.
Bang! It was like an atomic bomb exploding. Which is a change to the nature of thought or
Right.
of how to perceive things. And I realized, wow.
And when you were a
you-
teenager
Well,
and you grew up, what part?
I
As you-
on an island up north of Darwin, which is about 45 minutes flight from Derby. If there was a direct flight, very close to Derby.
Was that a village? A small town?
Oh, it's an island called Savu. It's about 20 by 30 kilometers.
Right.
Pretty small. But anyway, so when like I had this come across this what John Lennon said, and I kind of really woke up to the realization that, oh God, one day I'm going to age, and my way of being is going to count more than my look.
Yeah.
So I better work on that. And you know what? It's failed. Miserably failed. I don't know how to work on the personality thing. And so I just thought, like, what can I do other than being kind? And I learned later on that being kind was quite a separate thing to being nice. And being nice, like, I understand. I'm not sure what for other people, but being nice is like, I will be nice just to not offend somebody.
Yeah.
But
Positivity is the key.
yeah. But being kind
Yeah.
also doesn't mean that I can't criticize you.
No, of
So,
course it
and
doesn't.
being kind, I will tell you out of kindness, because like that's, I know that's bad for me, that's bad for you, but I'm really realizing that I laughed at myself sometimes because it's the ridiculousness of being young. Like you were just enjoying the life of going out and drinking and have lots of
Yeah,
sex and
yeah, that's
chase, girls chase you, or you chase
And
them,
girls.
or you let yourself being chased. You would have been so cool. And I mean, you were very popular in Tasmania.
Yeah.
Very well known. And I don't have that. I'd never had that. And so, for like when I look at you, you have an amazing way of being with people, really amazing, and always hold the space of gentle way with interacting with anybody, because a few times, every time we interact, I
Yeah.
always feel a really beautiful person, and no matter what I say,
Yeah.
you have this lightness, always
Oh, that's nice.
make it light, because you always,
Yeah.
with this light-hearted person. And I would like to be any step near that, Shanti, near what you can be, and my mind, of course.
Yeah, the hardest part,
It's
of course,
really
is
difficult.
dealing with the people that might be trying to cause you trouble too, which I've had to do.
Yeah,
I have to draw on that quality,
right.
yeah, to fix up some people.
Yeah, but like what you say, use the instinct, like your intuition is like
Oh,
a
like
really powerful thing.
Yeah, like a
I
body
use
language,
them.
yeah, with certain people
Yeah.
that that might be trying to cause me trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you experience that kind of thing still?
Oh, it does happen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It even happened with Paramahansa Yogananda,
Yeah.
you know, with people coming around him, trying to cause him trouble, trying to sabotage his work. Yeah, you're going to meet trouble, even with saints or yogis. You're always going to meet someone who's going to be trying to cause you trouble or coming around you when you don't want them coming around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you walk a lot, and you don't rely on people to pick you up and that sort of thing. How do people ever get mean to you at all, or they're generally very nice? And
Sometimes I've had to, yeah, most of the time, yeah. Sometimes with people I've had to tell them get going. Very firm. Yeah. To a point, you know, don't ever come near me again.
oh, that's nice.
Sometimes I've had to fix people up, yeah, in that way.
How often
I
do you...
could,
sorry, I was gonna... You continue.
yeah, so you have to really be stern with some people.
And how often do you have to walk and always be on guard that you're on the side of the highway, on the side of a big road, and then the cars coming at speeds, you know?
I've had to short shift people very quickly. Yeah, because, like when I'm walking, I mean, I don't wear my shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous if I'm going to be walking around out in 34 degrees heat with a jacket on.
Yeah.
I mean, and a car stops. I'm not hitchhiking. Anyway, I always put my jacket on.
Right.
I never ever get into a car. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to be, even if I was hitchhiking, standing on the side of a road, right, without a top on, there's no manners there.
Of course.
You got to have some, you know, presentation about you. It's like turning up at Parliament House in a pair of shorts and a tank top, or as a politician. You know, there's a time and place for everything.
It's a courtesy.
And anyway, I've had you know, the driver stop. Okay, do you have something to put on? You know, because I mean, you'd have to be pretty dumb not to know that it's 34 degrees out here, and I've been walking in it, and I have to be perspiring like anything, right? Anyway, do you have something to put on? You don't have to tell me, I said to the driver. I said, you don't have to tell me to put something on. I never get in someone's car. And you could tell by the firmness in my voice. I said, fuck off then. God, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, slammed his door.
Yeah.
That's what I've had to say to people. I mean, they don't have to tell me to put something on.
Because it's just common sense.
It's just
You're
common
walking
sense.
in a blaring heat.
And if I'm going to... So I'm always fussy about that.
Yeah.
So I've got my jacket on, which is dry as a bone because I haven't been wearing it.
Yeah.
So if I sit back there, it's not going to go onto their seat.
Yeah.
And I've got a towel in my bag, which I put on the seat.
Yeah.
That's if I've been walking a long, long way.
Yeah.
Because when I've walked Ks and Ks and Ks and Ks, like 5K or something like that.
No way.
So the pants are wet. So I always put like it's a short towel.
Towel, yeah.
Yeah, like a really good towel, and I put that down on the seat.
Yeah.
Because some drivers don't even have a clue.
Yeah.
They really don't.
They don't. Yeah.
But I said, look, I'll put this down.
You have
Because
to
I've walked-
courtesy to, yeah.
So, and if the perspiration has soaked through my back, I never put my... And that doesn't often happen.
You
no.
never lean onto the chair.
No.
Wow.
But it protects the perspiration from going onto the back seat of of their chair, because they don't know.
They don't know.
And I put that down there so I don't get any perspiration.
Yeah.
But when some have said, "Oh, can you put something on?" I didn't even ask the driver. I'm not even hitchhiking. And when they tell me,
Yeah.
man, I get short-shifted.
Yeah, but also because you've been walking, they have no idea how long you've been walking.
No.
And you don't walk to hitchhike.
No, I don't.
You walk because you actually genuinely have
I'm just walking.
Yeah, you're just walking, and you're not begging to be picked up,
No.
and you never rely on it, and
No.
that's the thing.
You know, when I was over here, when I
Yes.
left here
Yes,
yesterday afternoon,
yeah,
probably would have been about 2, I suppose.
right,
And I was just over here, and I was just walking down the road near Banksia Drive,
Yes,
turn
yes.
off there, over the other side. Anyway, a car stopped,
right,
and the woman who stopped to give me a ride, she was going to Suffolk Park.
right.
Suffolk Park. I said, Byron Bay's that way. She said, yeah, I was going up there and I saw you, and I turned around. That's when I had the hernia. You know, the hernia caused me a lot of pain, a lot of grief.
Yes,
She must have saw that I was in some discomfort
yes,
or pain,
yeah.
and she took me all the way to Mullum.
Oh, that's
Oh, God, I thought, what a blessing in disguise.
nice.
I thought, what a lovely thing to do.
Yeah,
To go all the way to Mullum when she's going to Suffolk Park, and Byron Bay's that way, I thought that was quite overwhelmed.
people will do that, Shanti, because you are with such a beautiful person. I mean, there was one time we were not going to Malam, and we went all the way to Malam with you.
Yeah.
And it was such a pleasure. It's actually such an honor to sit with you and have very profound conversations. And sometimes, of course, we don't have such deep conversations. It's
No, not driving,
just a light conversation, but still such a pleasure, because we know you're exhausted.
Yeah,
But you never load it to other people.
No.
Never load it to other people. And you're not antisocial. You're really, really gentle. Because we have given lift to other people as well. And they're not in the mood for lightness.
No. I remember once I was leaving Bangalore
Yes.
a few years ago now. And I always walk from Bangalore
Yes.
down St. Helena.
Right? Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Up St. Helena
Yeah.
and down to Bangalore. Right? And then when I leave, I walk up St. Helena and down. Right? Anyway, I was just leaving Bangalore, not far past Liberty service station
Yes.
on the left there, a little bit further up though.
Right.
And someone threw a beer bottle at me.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And almost hit me. I remember I was wearing my pink suit too. Anyway, I saw the beer bottle.
Yeah.
And had triple X on it, you know. And I tell you what, I was really, really annoyed. I think if they came back, I would have knocked their heads off. I was fuming.
Of course.
Anyway, I was a bit pissed off. And not long after that, a car stopped. And it was a young woman with a little baby in the back. And so by that time, you know, when I sat in, I said, I'm just heading off down to my storage shed. She said, look, I'm heading off to the farm, the Three Blue Ducks.
Yes.
Come along with me.
Oh.
I've got a coffee cup here, right? And I've got a free cup of coffee. And her and I and her little baby, the whole three of us went off to the farm and had a cup of coffee together.
Oh.
And I thought, isn't
Bless.
it amazing how that negativity from being almost hit by a bottle...
Because you refuse to drawn into that, and something really good
It's
comes.
like a shield bounced off me and protected me. And then how God counters that negativity with a positivity. And how I ended up in the lovely company of that young lady, mother, and we had a cup of coffee together.
We have a beautiful time together. Have
Yeah.
a cup of coffee. Wow.
And then she took me down to my storage shed.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
And when I was walking from Uncle Tom's, I was walking down past the Brunswick service station there, and a highway patrol car stopped.
Yes.
You know, they patrol the Pacific Highway
Yes.
in the bright coloured police car. He said, where you heading off to? I said, down to my storage shed, jump in. And he said, I'll take you down there. And blow me down.
That's beautiful.
And he just made a bit of room for me in the back. And we just had a lovely conversation. And the next day, when I was walking from Uncle Tom's on the old part highway, heading off down towards the roundabout, I saw a police car, highway patrol, and I just saw, because they got tinted glass, so I couldn't see the driver. All I could see was a hand go up like that. And anyway, it was the same police officer. Oh. He turned around at Uncle Tom's and he came back and picked me up. And he took me down to my storage shed.
Shanti, these are beautiful stories.
Yeah.
These beautiful experiences that you...
And when I was going to Bangalore, and I was walking just where the roundabout is, the Byron Bay roundabout, when you, before you get up to St Helena, I was heading up that way, and I saw the police patrol car coming down, and it was the same police officer. he just came, and I got to know him. You know, his name, he knew my name. And
but
so,
this story alone about this police officer is a great reminder for us to know that they're human beings with emotions like us, even though they're on duty, and then we tend to like
I know.
get nervous and
wow. And he took me all the way to Bangalore when he wasn't even going there. And I was going to head to the burger place down in Bangalore. It's a little place where chips are really nice. He said, look, I'll just drop you, not right outside, in case people see you.
Yeah.
They might get the wrong idea.
Of course.
Yes. But I don't do that too often now, because when I was studying law, that might have been like a one-off thing. But because I've been studying criminal law since 2020, and also studying law enforcement through my law career, that's a natural thing to do, because it's the police that gather up all the evidence, because the judge can only go by the evidence that's been presented to him.
It's your evidence against mine kind of thing.
Yeah, so they're always interviewed by lawyers, because they're always first on the scene.
God.
Yeah, so if there's a murder, the ordinary police in uniform are always on the scene first, and then detectives or homicide detectives, then they come later. So the police in uniform, they petition with a police ribbon all around the crime scene.
That's right. Yes.
So they're always, and the homicide detectives always get the glory.
Of course.
More so than the police in uniform.
Ordinary ones.
Yeah, so they're always on the scene first. So I studied a lot of murders, and well-known murders. Yeah. So I studied serial killers, and like Ted Bundy, the serial killer in America back in the 70s and 80s, where he was convicted for 38 murders and possibly up to 100 girls that he raped and murdered. Oh. Very inhumanely.
So dark.
Yeah, very, very dark. He was possessed by a dark entity, or by the soul of a murderer in a past life. So because he had that attraction, he drew a dark entity into his life that had him commit those horrendous murders. So I studied his life and his murders, and how he felt after he committed the murder. And so when he used to drink a lot of alcohol and look at pornography before he committed the murders.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so when, after, like the next day, and he saw what he'd done, he couldn't believe that he did it. He couldn't believe that, because he would
He keep committing it.
Think to himself, God, did I really do that? How did I ever do that? But he couldn't stop in the end, because the force that was inside of him, which is a tramp soul. So a tramp soul, spiritualists refer them as tramp souls. They're a vagrant soul or a dark entity that lived as a human soul on the planet Earth as a murderer. But now they've taken possession of someone else's body. So Ted Bundy was taken possession of. That committed him to committing those horrendous murders of all those girls. So the person, that soul that murdered all those people while living on the planet Earth, still accrues more karma by still committing those murders through someone else's body, even though the person who's possessed accrues a lot of karma for the murders that was committed, but the soul that has taken over that person's body mind, that's forcing that physical vehicle to commit horrendous crimes, commits a lot of karma, because karma works on this side of life as well as on the other side of life.
So what then did what was the thing that drives you to like study law, criminal law, and all this?
Yeah, what got me to studying criminal law was during the coronavirus, because something wasn't right. The government, the Australian government, was breaking the law. So we have laws, and everyone is accountable to the law. That's what the rule of law means.
Yeah.
No one is above the law, not even lawmakers or politicians. No one is above the law. And I knew something was wrong, and that something was wrong. So everyone has the freedom of movement. That is, you're able to go outside here, outside your home, and go over the border to Queensland or any border. The police cannot stop that's what they were doing. They were stopping people from going over the border. Well, that was illegal. I knew that. So you got the freedom of speech, you got the freedom of assembly, which is protesting, the freedom of movement. You should be able to move freely anywhere, to any state, without the police. We're not under Nazi Germany dictatorship of coming up to you and asking you, where are your papers? Where are you going? Where did you come from, madam? They don't have that right to do that. They are breaking the law. So under dictatorship, you wouldn't want to be, because you don't have freedom. What we have here in Australia, we need a Bill of Rights. We don't have a Bill of Rights.
What is the Bill of Rights going to do?
It's a document,
Yeah.
right, a special document. It's all written out that you have the right to speak. The freedom of speech is the First Amendment in the US Constitution, is the most important one that the framers put together. So the framers of the US American Constitution, they put it together, the articles for citizens, that they have the right to expression and to speak about their grievances, because the government may not be doing things that are fundamentally lawful, passing laws against you and me that could affect our lives. So if we don't have the freedom of speech, We can't express ourselves and saying, this is not right. We have the police going around beating people up at protests with batons and pepper spraying people in the face and beating them. We can't have that. This is not Nazi Germany. So the SS, Gestapo, the secret police under Adolf Hitler, they were raining terror all over Germany to cause fear in the people, like Donald Trump's been doing in America through the so-called ICE agents, who are criminals, because I did a lot of fact-checking on some of the ICE agents, and Adolf Hitler's been reading the playbook of Hitler. And how I know that is because I studied dictatorship. I studied Adolf Hitler inside and out to find out how he bypassed Parliament. Because in Germany, before he came to power, it was called the Weimar Republic.
The pardon?
Weimar Republic. Yeah, so they had a democracy. They had gun control and registration like we did until 26 years ago, before Port Arthur massacre. So in America, they have the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. The reason why they have the right to bear arms, as we should also, is to protect ourselves against our government. Well, Emma, a mother of 2 children, about young teenagers, 2 young girls, on Boxing Day 3 years ago, 40 years old, husband was about the same age, and something happened. But they came out, and there's 4 people standing here. Now, the police don't always say exactly what happened, and it won't be in the newspaper exactly what happened. But what happened, they ended up outside on the front lawn of their house. Now, a lot of things can happen, scenarios, where the mother might really freak out. What the bloody hell are you doing in here? This is private property. They're in here to steal money and, whatever they can. And they're teenagers, right? So you really got to work. You really got to think extremely quick, or you could end up dead. Well, she ended up being killed, murdered. They stabbed her straight through the heart and killed her. That was on Boxing Day. And I did an article on this, so I did much study in this area, and her husband was also stabbed, but he survived. But the children, her 2 daughters, who are about probably 10, 11 years old, they've been traumatised, seeing their mother being murdered. Well, those 4 teenagers, right, they weren't in their 20s. They were not in their 30s or 40s. They were teenagers, 17 years old, who lived just down the road in a halfway house. And Emma and her husband didn't even know. Right? And some of them were out on bail. So I did a lot of study on this bail. When someone commits a serious crime like this, they get caught by the police, they lock them up, and then they go to the court and the judge lets them out on bail. I thought, my God, that's absolutely ridiculous. So I did a lot of study on that and put a lot of articles together on bail reform about serious crimes, that the judge should not let these offenders out to commit the same crime again. But this is ridiculous. That's why I went right into it. So there's a lot of young people that age, 13, 14. So I've been collecting a lot of data on this, and I've put a lot of articles.
Time-consuming as well.
Yeah, put a lot of articles together on young teenagers, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old are more dangerous than people in their 20s that are thinking about breaking into someone's house or stealing their car. The reason why teenagers are more dangerous because they do stupid things. They don't care about the police. They turn the cameras, CCTV, all this kind of thing. They turn up. They've got balaclavas on. They've got machetes and knives, and they just don't think.
Were these data that investigate yourself from Australia?
Yeah, America,
Oh,
Australia, America. Yeah, with the data collecting from all the crimes committed, yes, I've done much study in America as well as the UK, but collecting data on local, like in Australia, yes, a lot of young people, all boys, all males, stealing cars. We're talking not one person. God, I've seen 4, 5, 6 people, 7 people
in a group,
attacking. Yeah, in a group. Yeah, and you could see them on CCTV breaking into someone's house.
So if I were to ask you, because you said that how Americans are allowed to have guns to
should
protect
have
themselves
guns,
against the gun.
Yeah, they should. Yeah.
Are you thinking the same with any other country, including Australia, that people should be able
Yeah, they should
to
have a gun. Yeah, the reason why the people one's up in arms about guns in America. Guns don't kill people. People do.
Yes,
Shoot
but
them.
let's say if you're in a country like Australia, we don't allow guns. The government don't have,
Not completely. Farmers do.
Yes, farmers do, but they only have certain rifles to shoot wild ducks, let's say. So I mean, doesn't that help to minimize the committed crime on shooting? In America, it seems to me, from what I have observed so far, because I don't come from the Western world, so that even though they have gun laws in America and people are allowed to have guns, and to protect themselves against the government, against other criminals, still it doesn't stop crime, and still it doesn't stop government. It doesn't stop the government from coming, or authorities from coming and smashing themselves through your door and pull you out like ISIS. That's sort of.
You see, everyone has a right of self-defense.
Yes.
Yeah. Under Nazi Germany, when Adolf Hitler, right? This is how important it is. Under Adolf Hitler, when he came to power in 1933, you know what he did? He got rid of all gun control. The reason why he got rid of gun control, because it'd be a lot easier to murder and kill the Jews. Police in uniform were responsible for murdering 40,000 Jews. That's on record in Poland. They were ordered to kill. Yeah, they were ordered to kill Jews, and because of registration, they tracked them down and then murdered the Jews. Any government that disarms a nation from weapons is a corrupt government. The police still have guns, and they're the biggest criminals out. The mafia and the gangsters did not give up their guns. Law-abiding citizens,
who are
ordinary law-abiding citizens, are responsible gun owners. The gangsters. But I can tell you right now, with all the data I've gathered up, there's been that many shootings, it's not funny. And that many people murdered, it's not funny.
In Australia, you mean?
God, yeah. In Melbourne, it's all the time. All the time. In Melbourne, in Sydney. And you know what I say? This is what I say, just to be critical. I say this to myself. How the hell can that be? You gave up all your guns. Except this one.
So how does...
It's ridiculous.
How does then...
A corrupt government would be the only ones that would disarm an entire nation. Like, for instance, Martin Bryan, right? who shot dead 35 people. Well, every person in Australia wasn't responsible for that. You can't blame all the gun owners who had nothing to do with 35 people being killed.
But there are a lot of countries and places around the world that
Yeah.
they don't have gun laws. They don't even have guns. They don't
Right.
even have these things. And these, like, still they don't have crisis with crime
No,
rates.
well, we do, really bad.
We do here. So,
yeah,
like,
yeah, it's getting worse too.
My curiosity, in this is that, I mean, it's proven as well in these places that they have no gun laws, they don't have guns, and then there's no crazy criminal committed murders or whatever, mass murders like that as
Right.
well. And so, in a way, I mean,
You know what they've
yes,
been using now? Machetes and knives.
course.
Stabbing people with knives.
Yeah, there are that.
Oh God, man, there's a list. I've collected a lot of data, a list like this. And now the government is trying to crack down on the knives.
Yeah.
That means you've got to ban all knives. You
But
can't.
in Australia, they always have this. When you go and buy steak knife from supermarkets, right? You cannot just take it in a normal shopping bag. They actually need to wrap it
Yeah.
for you with something else, and you put it in your shopping bag as though you're not going to be able to unwrap it once you're out of the supermarket and
No.
go stab somebody, you
Yeah.
know? So, I mean, anything can be used as a weapon.
Oh,
really.
anything can.
So, I mean,
Anything
even
at
a
all.
fork. I mean, even this.
If you was to carry a knife around and you got pulled up by the police, you'd be in a lot of trouble.
Oh yes, I know.
If I
that
walk
in
around
Australia.
with a baseball bat,
No,
well, they couldn't. But if I told the police it's for self-defence, oh yes, you'd be in a lot of trouble. So you got to know what to say and what not to say. The crime is not committed, as Noel's saying, until the police arrive. They're the biggest criminals out, and the police are walking
Who
around.
do you mean the biggest criminal? The police?
Yeah, biggest criminals out.
Why would you call them that?
I studied police brutality. You know, police brutality is the highest on the list. Do you know what?
In Australia?
Oh, God, all over the world. Yeah, police brutality, beating up prisoners, they're handcuffed like this.
Right.
I've seen videos on it. I've studied it inside and out. You know what the second is? Rape. Police raping women at traffic stops. Yeah, I put together a lot of articles, big articles on police that have been pulling up women at traffic stops and raping them. Yeah, there's a guy called Stinson, this is in America, 28 years on the police force in Chicago. Right? He wrote a book on it because he didn't like what he saw. Now, being a police officer and being a good cop, he saw things he didn't like. Police taking advantage of women and raping them. There was 2 police officers that would travel around together in Hollywood Boulevard, picking up women on the darkest side of town, like alcoholics, prostitutes, and raping them. But luckily, some of the women came forward and saw 2 of them coming into court with their prison orange uniforms on and with handcuffed and shackled here, and they raped a lot of women. So rape is very, very high, not only in America, but also I studied it in Australia as well as in the UK. A lot of police officers. Yeah, because when a police officer...
Scary. You know, for me as a woman, it's pretty scary to know
yeah.
this information because, I mean, this is police
Yeah,
is
yeah.
an institution that...
I couldn't believe it when
tells you like this is where you need to run for safety, for protection.
That's right. Yeah.
And you don't.
Wait until you see my article.
That kind of thing is really hard breaking. Like
When
it
I-
puts you in fear, in so
Yeah,
much
yeah.
vulnerability and
I
fragility.
would, yeah. When I began to study not just criminal law but also law enforcement, and when I began to study this, I thought, like you are right now, I thought, God,
Shaking, you know.
I just can't bloody believe this. So as an investigative journalist myself, I went very, very deep into it, like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, you have to read it. You have to come across so many dark stuff.
Oh, yeah, like you wouldn't believe. And I thought, and that's when I came...
How do you sleep the night and meditate the next morning and like be at peace with yourself after reading all of that?
Well, you have to. But anyway, oh God, can you imagine? I've been studying for the 2.5 years of looking at children having their arms and legs blown off.
Oh,
And Israel blowing up tents because they've got no places to live now. Israel's committing the most shocking, barbaric atrocities in Palestine like you wouldn't believe. And I've seen 2 legs missing and an arm missing here of a young child. And I don't... And seeing children, now I'm looking at photos, this is from the ground up. No, none of this is on mainstream media at all.
Really?
Shocking, beyond belief, yeah. Because mainstream media protects the crimes of the government. Because the government, Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, and all his cabinet, they don't want any of this on mainstream media because Australia's involved as well.
You know,
Really involved.
I have to confess that I get so I'm too fragile for all what's happening that I get shaky.
Yeah.
And if I open something like go to Google, let's say, and there's
Google.
new strings that listed as positive. Some development with technology, sometimes it's something else. But then often one amongst these sort of semi-positive news, there is one bad egg news that is so dark about the war, about something, and I just like start to feel like I can't.
How would you like to be Paramahansa Yogananda, an enlightened master who could feel himself in all the bodies of Nazi Germany? Yeah, he did.
And yeah, that's the thing that I you know, like I really understand the idea of ignorance is a bliss because I'm putting myself through that. Don't want to know any more of the news because I'm shaking. I can't sleep. I feel angry. I feel angry about how can we be so many of us?
Because of the German people under Adolf Hitler keeping quiet, they allowed all those atrocities to carry on.
I know. I bear that guilt of.
Yeah.
Like when you say I don't want to know, you also know.
You have
in
to
your
know.
right mind, you have to know. And as much as I don't want to know, here I am. Come along, we have this conversation, and I can't stop it because it's a reality that's happening.
I mean, I've got photographs. I'm looking at 2.5 years. I'm looking at over 17,000 children murdered intentionally by Israel.
And not just that part of the world. There's many other part of the world. There's also like kids gets.
But I've been studying that because my master, my guru, wants me to study all that. Yeah. So that's.
Did you find yourself that knowing all that
it's important to know all that.
You become even more understanding of what it's like to be compassionate and more empathetic.
Well, you got to be. It's important to know that if everyone shuts their eyes to the atrocities that Israel and America's the one who's committing it. America's supplying all the weapons to Israel.
But I mean, like, it's not just.
We're talking about.
You say Australia is
they're complicit too.
India as well is probably.
There's about 60 countries. Okay, America is supplying a large weapon, not Australia. They're selling parts to F-35 jets that they're using on civilians in Gaza, in Palestine. America, the UK are the biggest suppliers of weapons against the Palestinians. Right. So they're involved right up here with the extermination of the Palestinian people who are civilians like you. Just say Australia was attacked by another country, dropping bombs all over northern rivers. Just one bomb dropped on Mullum Mullum
done.
would be flattened, and including Bruns and Byron Bay and Lismore, just one big bomb. Can you imagine, right, if no country would come and help us? How frightening would it be? I'm looking at, I said to a friend, I wonder how the people in Mullum would cope being parents, because I've seen them, I know them, and they've got children. How would you like to see? I've seen mothers weeping over their children just been blown to pieces. I saw a young child running out of its tent, and Israel would attack them knowing they would be sleeping at night in their tents, and a young child running out being burnt to death and rolling around.
Since you do all this investigating and follow up with all this, what is it?
I'm an educator.
What is it that makes them want to attack?
Israel.
What are they trying to get? Whether it's Israel or some.
They're
other
subhuman.
countries? No, I mean, what are they trying to get by doing this?
I'm just explaining. Yeah. Okay. The Nazis, right? During the 1920s, they had special schools for boys about 10 years old and a special class for girls. Right? And the Nazis put the ideals into the little children because they got plastic minds. You can mould a child into any form, anything at all. So they put all the ideals and ideas into the little children. So by the time they're 20, because I did much study and research into the SS guards that worked at the concentration camps. And I'm thinking, and so I did a background check on the SS guards when they were children, and also when they worked, and where they worked, and how they got the job working at the concentration camp. You pick up the paper, right? They got the German local newspaper, and there's a position in the newspaper for a job at a concentration camp. So this person who's 20 years old is just applied for that job. And under their superiors at the concentration camp, they are told not to treat them with kindness, but with brute force, and whip them and do everything to make their life a living hell. So I studied the ones.
This is the instruction for the guards to treat the Jews.
Oh yeah, treat yeah. And so we got. I put together quite a few articles on the most well-known, infamous, shocking, barbaric women. Not just men, but women were the worst. One would walk around with a dog, and pregnant women, and skits the dog to attack one of the prisoners and rip them to pieces and beat them, and oh my God, and I'm thinking, how is this possible? So when I began to study that and what they did to the prisoners, I was thinking, Jesus, I couldn't believe it. I'm looking at the photo. I see the photo of the SS guard who's committing these shocking murders and tortures upon human beings. And I'm thinking, how is this possible? And then I went back into history. I went back to study that SS guard before that SS guard became an SS guard, and their upbringing as a child and who their parents were. And one thing just led to another, and what kind of job they had, just like an ordinary job, of just working at an ordinary place up the road. But the Nazis had already got to the children about the Jews, and they would put in newspapers, especially well-known ones, a lot of propaganda.
Of course.
Yeah, shocking propaganda with cartoons, characters of depicting the Jews as being sexually sadistic devils, even looking like one. So when you're sitting down in the kitchen over breakfast and you're looking at this cartoon of what Jews are portrayed like, it's conditioning people and
course,
with a
brainwashing, yeah,
brainwashing, yeah. So I put together, geez, it must have been over 40 articles on SS guards. I did one on the most shocking one where he would shoot children just for enjoyment. He would have little Jewish children, like 10 years old, going around in a circle while he shot them. And I'm thinking, you imagine I'm looking at this, right? And I'm looking at photos. And I know the photos of children being killed and thrown into fire alive, not even killed. And
They get that savage.
yeah, and the savageness of it.
The reason I asked, you know why, I only learned about the Nazis after, in my adulthood.
Yeah.
That was not long ago, like 2008.
Right.
When I understood something about Nazis, because I came from a little island and I just never knew anything about this, and so it was like crazy because I was made to watch Schindler's List.
Yeah, there was there's a guy called Ott. He was an SS guard, ruthless, and he just took a baby from the mother and just shot the mother
Oh God!
in front of the mother to make the mother even more miserable, and then shot the parents. And it was so I did a lot of this study on all of that. Yeah, and wondering how it's possible. So I'm thinking very deep while I'm doing these articles, and I'm looking at the photos and the camp where they are, and wondering how it's possible that they could do this. Yeah, so it affects you. Yeah.
It does.
Oh, it does. I mean,
It
really depends, right? You got to remember, not everyone would be able to do that.
Of course.
You wouldn't be able to do that, but I did. And I've put a lot of that on my website, and people need to know that because
What's your website?
history is repeating itself.
History.com?
No, history is repeating itself.
That's the website?
No.
No.
No, it's not the website, but
Okay.
I'm talking about history. We
history
don't
is
want
yeah.
history repeating itself
Okay.
with Nazis.
Ah,
So
yes,
the
I
Israelis, right, have now become the perpetrators. Right? So they believe that land where in Palestine is their land.
I don't think it's all Israelis believe this.
Yeah. Yes, a lot, 95% do, yeah. I've seen the interviews. I've seen the information many times with whistleblowers coming out. See, this is where you have to study, right? You say you don't believe, but it's true.
No, I'm not saying that. I say
Yeah.
I don't think all Israelis...
No, it didn't say all. About 95% of Israelis believe it because at
You
prime...
mean Israelis in Israel?
In Israel, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they believe that because going to school, they were told that the Arabs are filthy, dirty, and dangerous, and they want to kill us. Just like the Nazis. There was a whistleblower came forward. She was in her 30s, and she described in this way: as an Israeli, living in Israel and growing up in Israel and doing schooling there, they are taught that. And she showed a photograph of herself when she was 16 years old carrying a weapon. So they believe that the Palestinians are subhuman. So the Nazis also believed that the Jews were subhuman and not worthy of life. Yeah. So the Israelis, right, that immigrated, Jews immigrated to Palestine, came from Eastern Europe. Places like Poland, Ukraine, Russia, they immigrated to Palestine because they're looking for what is called a Jewish homeland. So Benjamin Netanyahu is the Prime Minister of Israel, and all the other politicians in the Knesset Israeli government, they all changed their surnames to make it sound like Eastern names, when Benjamin Netanyahu, that's not his real name.
What's his real name?
Netanyahu Milkowski.
Milkowski.
Yeah, that's Polish. He's from Poland.
So Benjamin Milkowski.
Milkowski, yeah. So his family, mother and father, born and grew up in Poland. Some of the parents immigrated to Palestine, or they already had children in Poland and then immigrated to Palestine. And so they believe that that land belongs to them. It was given to them by God. It's a bit like your place right here. Just say people come around here and they say to you that this is our property. I want you to go. This was our land 3,000 years ago. And that's what they believe. They have a right to that land. And the word Greater Israel is their plan to wipe out all the Palestinians, so there's none there, to wipe out all the Iraqis, Syria, Lebanese, Iranians, and next will be Turkey. They want to take over.
How can you wipe out that many people?
Well, that's what they want. Well, Hitler tried, didn't he? 6 million. 6 million Jews. You know that. That figure.
But it failed.
That figure comes up.
It failed.
Yeah.
There's still many Jewish survivors.
Well, he tried. 6 million people is a lot of people. 6 million Jews, and not just Jews, but also Romans too, and Gypsies. Yeah, so it wasn't just all Jews that were at the concentration camps as prisoners under Nazi Germany. But if you got fanaticals, really racist. So Israel's the biggest racist country in the world.
You think?
Oh no, I don't think. I know so. Yeah, that's a fact. That's proven. It's come out many, many times.
Because racism is only referred to like dark.
Yeah.
Between dark and white.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
and
There was one guy who lived in Israel for a long time. He said, I've never come across the biggest racist people in the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They have been kicked out of 129 countries in the world before they immigrated to Palestine. And right now, because of what they're doing to the Palestinians over the 2.5 years from October 7, 2023, they're becoming the most hated race in the world because of the crimes they're committing.
Really?
Yeah. So what a lot of the IDF soldiers been doing, they been uploading all their crimes on social media. They've been putting on Palestinian lingerie, bras. I've got photos of this. Bras and panties, and uploading those photos onto TikTok.
But I mean, these are. Can you guarantee that these are credible photos?
Oh yeah,
From
God, yeah.
credible sources?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got photos of it.
No, because sometimes
Oh,
these
no,
days
no,
there's
this is-
AI's generated stuff and
Oh no, this is real photos. Yeah, this is just. I'm a investigative journalist, right? And the information is coming from not from mainstream. This has come from independent journalists. I have the names of the soldiers. I have the photos of the soldiers, and this is proven beyond a word, a proven fact, beyond any description. It's come out many thousands of times. Their crimes of committing have been, they've been so brazen, they're just proud of their crimes, and they've been uploading those crimes onto social media. I've heard them talking about it and speaking about it.
Well, I really live in a cave.
Yeah,
in
you
this
really,
case.
yeah, you do. Yeah, yeah. there's enough evidence, crimes they've committed against civilians that would stretch from this side of the world to the other side of the world, that would put every single one of them away for life,
So painful.
or hang them,
It's
like the
very
Nazis.
painful, dark, very dark, very painful.
Yeah, so they've been intentionally. So some of the Israeli whistleblowers have come forward and interviewed. He didn't want his face seen, but he said that the children of 2014 are the terrorists today. That means
Which children? Which
children
countries?
children of 2014 in Palestine,
In
are
Palestine.
the children of today that are terrorists. So openly politicians have come out, flatten Gaza, kill all the children, kill them all. This is from politicians in the Knesset government. Yeah, they've come out openly and said that. I can tell you, we just had a visitor from Israel who's the president, Isaac Herzog, who came to Australia by invitation, came to Australia, and that was to do with the Bondi massacre of 15 people, right? I've got a photograph of him signing a bomb that's going to be dropped on innocent men, women and children. And the United Nations
Bomb where?
bombed
To bomb where?
to bomb Palestinians.
Oh, God.
Here he is here, there's a photograph. Him signing it like this. And he, right, by the United Nations, ICC, International Criminal Court of the World, right, also said he's a war criminal. And one of the United Nations in Australia said, as soon as he steps foot on Australian soil, he should be arrested. And the reason why he wasn't is because, my God, it's hard to believe myself, that the Prime Minister of Australia, he's involved. And the Premier of New South Wales, Christopher Minns, he's a Zionist. He's also involved as well.
What's the difference between Zionists and Jewism?
Jewism,
Judaism?
yeah.
Is it Judaism
Zion-
or Jewism?
yeah.
I don't really understand it.
Yeah, with the Zionists, like Nazis, you know, they're fanatical, and they think they're the only, like, chosen ones or the only race. They're dangerous fanaticals, and
Do they have a certain ideology that difference to the
but
Jewish?
they don't believe in that. But they don't believe in God.
That's Zionist?
Yeah, the Zionists. Yeah, it's like the founder. This is going back in the 1800s. So Zionism, he was looking. He was from Austria, and he was looking for like a homeland for Jews because of the persecution of the Jews under Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So Palestine wasn't the only place they had in mind. There were some other places too where they had in mind of where Jews can migrate to without fear of prosecution. But a lot of them settled on migrating or immigrating to Palestine, to the Middle East. And that's when the British government came into Palestine
Right.
and invaded Palestine or conquered Palestine. Yeah, from 1916 to 1947. So they were there for about 30 odd years. So Zionists like Christopher Minns and a lot of the politicians, now this has only just come out. No one ever knew this, including myself, didn't know about this. We know that a lot of countries and governments have a Israel lobby, right, that supports Israel. So so we have that here in Australia too, with Jewish organisations or lobbies, right? And when the president of Israel came to Australia about a month ago, Isaac Herzog,
Yep.
then it really come out, because we had a huge, massive, big protest in Sydney.
I think I heard about it.
Yeah, and that's when the Premier, Christopher Minns, he ordered the police, and I knew this happened. It didn't come out openly and say it to the media, but the police were shocking beyond belief. Yeah, they beat up a lot of the protesters.
Oh.
Yeah, and they were peacefully protesting, and they were trying to say that it was illegal. It's not illegal to protest. That's a right of human beings. So any government that wants to shut down the voice of the people, and this is what dictators do. First, they want to get rid of the democracy or the constitution, freedom of speech out the window, no assembly out the window. That means no protesting, because
Can't get together.
no,
It's an
And-
assembly.
yeah, no protesting against him coming into Australia. And the United Nations worker is a very high official. He said when he was interviewed by a reporter, quite a few times in actual fact when I saw it in the media, what do you think should be done? The Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, should have him arrested. He should not be coming to Australia at all, because he's the president of Israel.
So why
And they're
was-
committing a genocide.
So why is the international, what you call the why is the international community is so weakened by its own regulation that cannot arrest
because
someone?
the Israelis, right, are pressuring the government. They just passed a bill called the hate speech bill.
So
That hate speech bill,
so why is Israel so powerful then? If it's
they have a lot of money.
Money.
Yeah,
All
money.
to do with money
Billionaire-
now.
They're billionaires. Yeah, a lot of them are billionaires. So over in America, it's called APAC. Over in the UK, it's called Friends of Israel.
What's IPAC? Is an
AIPAC.
organization?
American Israel Inquiry Committee. APAC. That's the Israel lobby, with
Right.
over 33,000 members. So they have a lot of money, and a lot of the billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires, give a lot of money to the lawmakers and the ones in positions of authority and power within the government. So Donald Trump was given $100 million by Miriam Adelson for Donald Trump to annex the West Bank of Palestine and to move the US Embassy to Jerusalem and to make Jerusalem the capital city of Israel.
And who is this
But that's-
Miriam? Who is this Miriam?
Miriam
To have that much
Adelson
power?
was married to Shelton Adelson, who was a billionaire and owned a lot of casinos in Nevada and also Vegas. So he passed away in 2021, and all his money was left to her. So she was a doctor and she grew up in Israel. And then she went to America, and then she met Shelton, and they married. So all her money, all the money from his empire, it all went to her, of course. So she's using the power of money. So we're talking about billionaires with a lot of wealth. I've put together a lot of articles of well-known people that have dual citizenship in America as well as Israel. So they've been bribing the lawmakers, and that's why they won't do anything. So they're owned by Israel lobby. So the Israel lobby in America and the Israel lobby here in Australia are pressuring the Australian government, the Prime Minister, right, to pass this hate speech law. Right? So that Bondi attack is a red flag, what they call a red flag, that Israel was probably behind that. In the same way they were behind the John F. Kennedy assassination in 1963 and 9/11.
Oh.
Yeah, because they didn't like John F. Kennedy, because John F. Kennedy was probably one of America's best presidents. He wanted inspectors to go in to see what Israel has in the way of their nuclear arsenal.
Oh.
But they wouldn't let him go in, and they hated John F. Kennedy. And not long after, so a lot of stuff is coming out more and more and more about them being behind the 9/11 attack as well.
Whew.
So they're a terrorist. The Queen Elizabeth, right, has never ever gone to Israel because she called them sons of terrorists.
Really?
Yeah, because she remembers when the King David, this is important, this part, the King David Hotel was bombed in 1946
Where's the King David Hotel?
in Jerusalem. And it was
who bombed it?
the Ergen organisation, that is Zionists. So before Israel was created in
So you mean these people that meant to be Israelis, but they are a bit of Zionist philosophy,
fanaticals, bombed the King
part
David.
of Israel itself.
Yeah,
Bombed the
King David Hotel.
King David Hotel in
1940.
Israel itself.
In Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem. Oh, okay, hang on.
Killing
Jerusalem
91
was
people.
then what part of Palestine or what?
No, that was before Israel was created. Israel was created in 1948.
All right.
King David Hotel was bombed in 1946.
Okay, so then, but at that time when it was bombed, then Jerusalem was
Jews.
part of.
Palestine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the capital city of Palestine.
Yes,
is not
Okay.
Israel. So the capital of Israel is Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv, yes.
And so what they've been doing cunningly.
That's what I understood as well, but because you saw now it's just quite a mix up, because Jerusalem, because like I get really confused when they moved the embassy to Jerusalem as well. So I thought, is that not part of Palestine? So I was so
So that's
when did that change?
So they are trying to say that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel, but it's not. Tel Aviv is. And the Palestinians say, and it is true, that Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. But Israel has been doing some very cunning, dirty things to the Palestinians.
How do
through money. So it was Miriam Adelson who's responsible for giving Donald Trump. Oh my God, Donald Trump has been given that much money. We're talking millions. He got over $270-something million from Elon Musk.
what?
So Elon
I thought
Musk.
they were enemies.
No, Elon Musk has been support. They might be now, but at the time last year, no, they weren't at all. Elon Musk, they broke into the federal government. They sacked a lot of employees there. They've been causing mischief like you wouldn't believe. So Elon Musk gave Donald Trump a lot of millions and millions and millions of dollars.
How did you find out this? Through what
This is all public.
Oh, they're all
Yeah,
public. Okay.
I don't talk about anything that's not public. This is public knowledge.
Public knowledge. It's out there, so it's not a new thing.
Oh God, no.
Not like from a hidden source. Or
Oh
anything.
God, no.
So that's why you can freely talk about all of this.
Yeah. So if you don't study what I've been studying, then of course you wouldn't know. This is not just coming from this source or that source. This is on video. This is public access for everyone to know. It's like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's giving a speech in front of hundreds of people.
Right.
You see them all, and Donald Trump's out front there, saying to Miriam Adelson, who's in the audience, Miriam. And she stand up, Miriam. Who do you support? The United States of America or Israel? Come on, Miriam, be truthful. That's for everyone to see. And when you're an independent journalist, you can see that. But if you're not interested, you won't see any of that at all. Anyway, come on, Miriam, be honest. Who do you support? United States of America or Israel? You know what she said? She kept silent.
Oh, wow.
She didn't say anything because she supports Israel.
But she holds dual citizenship.
That's right. Yeah. And she's been using her...
You think she kept silent because she supports Israel?
Yeah, so...
Not because she doesn't want to lose one citizenship or the other.
Yeah, and when the ones have been not supporting Israel, you know what's happened to them? Straight out the door. They'll never ever get a job anywhere in America, and also too, $28 million right here, and they come up to a donor, to one of the lawmakers, and says, look, here's $28 million. This is all yours if you support Israel. If you don't, this money will be used against you. And that's what's happened.
I'm feeling kind of really...
That's what's happened to them.
I'm feeling kind of, to a degree, feel sympathetic as towards I have, friends who are Jewish, and I hold them dear to my heart because I think, and they live here around Shire, and they're
I know
really
a lot
good
of
people.
Israelis.
They're really good people,
Yeah.
and I feel like they would, because of those political bullshit that's going on, I think that they would be, they would have people pointing fingers at them, and they're innocent.
They should be really worried because...
Yeah, I mean, I feel I'm starting to think about them. My God, like how
I don't have
would they
anything...
be going around, just to get by the days?
I don't have anything to do with it. See, I'm very well known in Northern Rivers.
Yeah.
Very well known. So I know a lot of Israelis in Northern Rivers. There's a big community in Mullum, everywhere. But I don't go to those places where I used to go, where they work. Yeah.
Why?
Because they believe, because a lot of them are right behind their government.
Oh.
Yeah. So I won't have anything to do with Israelis that are killing and murdering children and killing civilians and committing all those atrocities. I mean, it's like... if you know without a shadow of a doubt, if you really know without a shadow of a doubt that the Israelis, right, that you know, are all for their government doing what they're doing to the Palestinian civilians and killing children. If you saw what I saw, right, for 2.5 years and all the articles I put together, would you have anything to do with them?
I don't know because
I know. I wouldn't have anything to do with them.
I just wish...
I
just wish that we don't fight over...
I wouldn't have anything to do with a race of people that are killing and murdering Palestinians and children. They're human beings. And I've heard the interviews. If you studied what I've studied and seen the interviews done by reporters inside Israel, my God, you'd be shocked. You would fall over backwards, kill them all. Oh yeah, I've heard them.
But then I'll be just another...
No, kill them all, murder them all, flatten Gaza. I've heard this coming from young people. Yeah, this is from young people. So because I've taken a lot of time and study and been studying it, and I've gone inside Israel and I've listened to ordinary Israelis being interviewed, you would be shocked. I saw two
Israelis in Israel. Yeah?
Oh yeah, saw two Israelis on bloody national TV. This is on a podcast. God, you could see them. There they are. They're talking about Palestine. If I had a button here right now, and I could press it right now to end all the Palestinians, all the children, I'd press it right now. I'd press it right fucking now. Oh yeah, I have that footage. Yeah, my God. There was his partner said, look, I went out last night and I went out with my girlfriend, and we had a great time. And it was fantastic. And knowing that the Palestinians are suffering, it was hard to believe. This is on independent journalists, and they're all saying, like the compares who's uploaded the video, thinking, my God, I just can't believe this. And you don't
I
see,
can't believe it myself.
yeah,
I can't.
and you don't see it on mainstream media. And you
Yeah.
know, all the independent journalists like myself, they have said all the same thing. You won't see this on mainstream. You know what would happen if they put that on mainstream? My God, they'd all be sacked.
People go crazy.
They'd be
anger.
sacked by the government.
But
People lost their jobs.
so you people gonna say, because this is on a podcast, people gonna say you call yourself a journalist, and you know how Julian Assange, from being award-winning
studied him,
journalist
yeah.
to be no journalist, in the end they say, oh, he's not a journalist, he was just a leak, whatever, whistleblower, something
Oh,
like
it was
that.
the crimes that the military committed in America. I did a lot of study on him. And I did a lot of study on the Americans, right? They really hated him because he released a lot of conventional material. And I actually seen, I did a lot of study on the pilots inside the helicopter that killed all these civilians, and talking too. This is real footage. Yeah, so I did a lot of study on that, and I dictated every single word of the pilot. And you could see the people down below shooting men, women and children. Like, it was bloody shocking beyond belief. So Julian Assange, I only began to study him, was it last year? I've heard of him, I've heard of the name, I've seen his face. I had no desire at the time to do anything on him, but because I got right into the law part of it in 2020, then one thing extended to another, and I began to study a lot more. So I did a real deep study on Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. I didn't even know what WikiLeaks was. That was a website where he leaked confidential information about American crimes that they committed, shocking crimes. And one thing just led to another, and then I began to study all the crimes America has committed in Afghanistan and in Vietnam and also Iraq. So I went into so much detail with photos in, say, Vietnam, and I'm looking at bodies, dead bodies, on a dirt road. Must have been, over 20. And I thought, God, is that a baby? And I zoomed in, it was a baby laying alongside its mother that the US Marines just killed. All these people from Vietnam.
This is during the Vietnam War?
Yeah, shocking, yeah, bloody terrible. Yeah, there was a photograph of a woman. There was a photo.
War is so bad.
A photo of a group of people. There was a woman at the front, and she had her arm like this, and there was a person behind her, and there was another woman to the right, and a group of Vietnamese people. And I'm looking at the faces, and I saw the woman at the front was probably in her 60s, and she had terror, shocking terror on her face. And I'm looking at the woman alongside her with a little child, probably about one, and she had a blouse on, and it looked like she was down here like this, doing it up. And what I normally do, I look at other media to find out if I can find out a lot more about that one photo. Well, I found a lot more about that one photo, and I did a big article on it. The woman that was alongside the older woman, doing up a blouse like that, they just raped her.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And that was really hard. And knowing that she's got a little baby, and and the Marines, they all shot them, killed them. So that was really hard to.
You seems to have accumulated a lot of information, you to inform yourself on these things.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize the podcast conversations gonna lead to this, which is, I mean, in a way, it's really sensitive,
Very sensitive,
emotionally and
Yeah, it
mentally
really is.
disturbing.
That everyone needs to know. Every person does. What the Americans are like. The American government, the biggest terrorist country in the whole world is America.
But this is also why I feel like, why do we need weapons? Why do
We
we
do.
need guns? Why do we need wars when it's just gonna be more fighting?
Well, we do. I tell you why. It'd be very foolish and very stupid and ignorant for any country not to have a navy or army. That opens that country up to being attacked.
Puerto Rico.
It's just the way it is, right? People have to accept this is the way it is on the planet Earth. This is no botanical gardens. It's not a picnic here. We've had wars and all kinds of things. Right? Every country of the world has an army or navy.
And we've had civil wars in traditional.
Yeah.
Long time ago, so people do have civil wars between ethnics and.
Yeah, we need to protect ourselves in the same way we need to protect ourselves against someone breaking into your home. Just say
It's the like how I mean Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I think it's Puerto Ricans that they eliminate armies from their countries.
Yeah.
I think over 10 years ago now that they.
Imagine if a foolish country with a foolish government, if we did the same.
What do you consider foolish?
Well, okay, I'll tell you. Just say we got rid of the army, the navy, guns, everything, and another country attacks Australia. How the hell are we going to protect ourselves from being invaded? Now, think about it. It's just common sense to have an army, a navy for a country, states and cities to protect yourself against the enemy. Imagine if you had a gun, right, and there's 4 people there, you're going to use the gun, aren't you? Are you going to try talking to them?
It's hard to imagine when you don't want to put yourself in that kind of
Well,
fearful situation.
They got machetes. They got machetes. They have knives. They're standing there. It's dark, not daylight. It's dark. They got balaclavas on, right? They mean what they're, and they're talking to you, and they're very, very dangerous. Obviously, they've just broken into your home, and you've got a gun. I could tell you something right now. Under the circumstances, you would use it.
Don't you feel? Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
But
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Do you? Yeah.
Would you?
I get your point, but
No, I'm asking you. Would you use the gun and shoot them?
I've never held a gun in my life.
Well, if you're going to die, right, they're going to kill you. What do you think you would do?
What? Yeah, I've no idea. I'm too
Well,
scared to.
Any person,
Yeah.
any person, right? I can tell you right now, under those circumstances, would
Out of
shoot them.
anger and terror, maybe, but that's the thing that, like, I think back to reflecting back to earlier
Right.
conversation when we started, how meditation is, right? And so I keep thinking about this point of the conversation now, where I say, but why? But because it's contradicting, it's not peaceful, right, to hold a gun, and then
Yes,
at
it
the
is.
same time it's more peaceful to have the meditation. So I
No.
feel like,
No, it's still peaceful.
yeah,
You're here protect. You know Samson out of the Bible.
yeah.
You've heard of that
Samson
sort.
and
Okay.
Delilah, the
Okay.
long hair guy.
No, forget about Delilah.
Yeah.
Okay. Samson killed 1,000 soldiers with his bare hands. Now, this is a true story. Samson was a highly advanced master with incredible godly powers. Right? Those 1,000 soldiers, no mortal human being could kill 1,000 men, soldiers, with his bare hands.
Maybe he was a giant.
No, he wasn't. He practiced Kriya Yoga. So he was a highly advanced master. So that would make him very connected to God. those 1,000 soldiers, right, that they were trying to kill him, but he killed those 1,000 soldiers in self-defence. There's a difference here. Those 4 people, right, that are standing there right now, they're about to kill you. Now, in self-defence, you're going to kill them. But you won't have anger. There's a difference between having anger in your thoughts while you're committing the deed. But Samson prayed to God to give him strength to overcome his enemies.
I feel so contradicting. If
Yeah,
I
so-
were to be that person who's enlightened, right?
Yeah.
I just couldn't, because I'm not an enlightened person. So,
No.
and that's where it's hard for me to imagine that if you're enlightened, that means you're so
I didn't
in
say-
tune with being so peaceful that you would not
It didn't say enlightened. I said he was connected to God.
Connected to
He was a
God.
swami
Okay.
with incredible
But
powers.
doesn't
He wasn't
mean-
he wasn't a master like Paramahansa
Right.
Yogananda.
Okay, even though he wasn't a master, right?
Yeah.
He's connected to God.
Yeah.
That means he's in a great presence of
Yeah.
of
And who
the
do you-
godliness. And so how?
But who do you think killed all those 1,000 people? It was God's power working through Samson. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Those people that he killed were children of God.
Now, if we were to think about that, you know how some people talk about the yin and the yang,
Yeah.
the bad and the good,
Yeah.
the devil and the saint, the holy.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay, this is so interesting because then how do we then say that the evilness of let's say Samson's murdering that many.
He murdered them. He killed them.
Kill that
Because
many.
that was
Kill that many.
self-defense.
That kind of the evil
Oh,
side
but they were
of him,
trying
right?
to. No, it wasn't. They were trying to kill him. It was self-defense.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Right.
Self-defense.
I get it.
They were trying to kill him, so you have the right to protect yourself.
Then you have like because you're
But you would have to
look
be-
into Christianity and biblical stuff because in the Ten Commandments it says do not kill.
That's
Do
right.
not steal. And my understanding of do not steal means it's already including do not kill because to kill you take the right of a person
Yeah.
to the child, the right of a person to their husband, to their killed husband, the right of a
Yeah.
person to their killed mother.
Yeah.
That's stealing as well. You know,
Yeah.
stealing
If
the
they,
right.
if Samson hadn't have done that, they would have killed him. But he didn't see the power coming from him, though. The power was coming from God, working through Samson. Samson's connection, forget about his hair, with the power
Yes,
coming
yes,
from his hair,
yeah.
because they shaved all his hair off, so he lost all his strength.
Yeah.
But because of his prayer and praying and his connection to God, he prayed very deeply to God to give him the strength to overcome his enemies. So you have a...
And that's through finishing them all.
Yeah. So in the Bhagavad Gita, you have a war, a righteous war and an unrighteous war. Right? Every country has the right to protect their country from a tyrant, like a dictator, like Adolf Hitler. Right? So all the citizens on the planet, like in nations and states, they have the right to overpower the dictator and throw him out of office and put him in handcuffs and put him on trial and put him in jail. So the people are the government and the parliament. So all the elected officials are put in that building because they've been put in that position by the people through election. So that makes you and me, depending what country you're in, of course, we are the parliament, we are the government, and in America, they are the Congress, the lawmakers. So we are the truth of being the government and the parliament, and the politicians are elected by elected by us, the representatives who are representing the people is you and I. But they don't know that. They have to be re-educated.
So crazy. Politics stinks to a degree, and so many of these. I just feel like that the world is ruled by men that just grabbing power,
Yeah, well, that's the ego.
and money is
Yeah.
a tool that you use to bribe
That's
for
ego.
bribery.
Yeah, bribery, yeah.
And where is
Authority.
where is then the appreciation
Yeah.
of life, of every life?
Well, this is why it's
There is
important.
always some mom who is putting themselves at risk to give birth to a son or to a daughter that like.
Well, this is
there's
why
the-
it's important to know
God.
how the government is run, because in the government we have in Australia the three arms of government, and it's very similar to what America's got.
Do we really need politics after all of this? We need to vote for election
Well,
and stuff.
they're there to represent us.
Yeah, but can we really
for
trust
roads
them
and
that
that.
they represent us?
With roads, and they're the ones responsible for maintaining the economy. Yes, we need all that, and same with laws. If there was no laws on the road, it'd be very, very dangerous. No one would be safe.
But we could probably, what if somebody comes up with an idea? It's like, okay, let's just be a community. We build roads together. All community.
It doesn't happen.
members-
No, because those people have jobs to do. Yeah, so that's why a lot of people in the Australian government have parliamentarians or representatives to represent us, because you and I have jobs out there to do. We don't have the job of doing lawmaking and things like this. So we need to have a government. Governments were created by God. Right from the word go, to represent the people, to build roads. And,
But I mean, we people are corrupt, so how can we then?
they're not all corrupt. Yeah, it can.
We can become corrupted.
Oh yeah,
and-
all
and-
can, but
And
not
so-
all of them
So
are
just
corrupt.
to rely on government that believe in God, that sort of stuff is also so superficial as well in a way, because in America all the time, in God we trust, but all the action, there is nothing in
No,
in
it's
God's
got nothing.
name.
No,
And so
no, that should be obliterated.
it's very sad to see that reality as well. And
That's why we have to pay attention to the ones in power, because we have to know about the legislative
yeah,
power.
but now the legislation are passing. They're passing legislation without even parliament
Yeah.
debates. We
Yeah.
don't hear about it. News don't
That's
cover
because
it.
people.
How can we pay attention to something that's hidden from us?
Yeah, we need to pay attention and try and get a Bill of Rights, and that can only happen by people power. See, things have happened since President Isaac came to Australia with the protesting and the police brutality. It's come out more and more and more now that the police will be sued. There's going to be a lot of police taken to court because got live footage. It's the same with the coronavirus. I saw a police officer, probably half a dozen police officers, pounding this guy in a public street with blood all over his face. And when it was all over, the police were taken to court, and the judge saw it's police brutality and sued the Victorian police, and compensation that he also got as well. And all the fines of people not wearing masks and telling people to put on masks and all these kinds of things, they fined people a lot of money. But it turned out...
Did they overturn it, the judge?
well, there was a couple in Sydney who was approached by a bunch of police and fined them $1,800 for not wearing a mask and being so far away from their home. They went to a lawyer, a solicitor down in Sydney, a small legal firm, and took that straight to the Supreme Court, and the judge found that the fine was invalid and completely illegal, and it came out that the Minister for Revenue had to admit on national TV, wait for this, $38 million in fines had to be reimbursed back to every single person. See, a lot of people don't know that because of my study in law and taking an interest in all this. We have to all take an interest in how the government is run and what they're getting up to. Like passing that hate speech law, the Australian government didn't do that. It was Israel. To prevent people from speaking out. Freedom of speech is at risk. When there's no freedom of speech, no protesting, nothing like that at all, it becomes a dictatorship. So...
Did you ever listen to John Pilger or read John Pilger's stuff?
No.
Australian journalist. He came to Cavan Bus Centre at some point.
Right.
And he during the Julian Assange.
Oh, yeah, Julian Assange.
Before he was arrested, to the prison, high security guard prison. And I went and listened to him, and he was talking about the propaganda
propaganda.
He watched through the Hollywood movies and stuff. And he's one of the really amazing Australian journalists and very factual.
Right.
Talking about exploitation of mining in Africa. Actually, Australia was playing a big role in it. And he investigated things so thoroughly. And so I did follow his stuff. He passed away a few years ago.
Did he? Yeah.
It's amazing. John Pilger, look into his stuff. It's just so incredible. He did documentaries on the assimilations of Indigenous Australians into,
With Julian Assange, with leaking... WikiLeaks, leaking shocking atrocities that America committed, but because they don't want that leaked out, because they're criminals, right? And they tried to get him extradited to America.
Yes.
Well, see, if you don't know about law, okay, you won't have any understanding of it because they can't do that in the first place.
Yeah.
Because Julian Assange didn't commit any crime.
But they were accusing him
No, you can't. If you commit a crime in that country, they can extradite you, providing they have extradition laws with that country, and then extradite that person back to that country. Okay? Julian Assange did not commit any crime in America. You know that, don't you? Okay? Well, they can't.
Extradite.
No, they can't. The UK government and America are like that. Biggest criminals out.
Yeah, that's why.
It's under dictatorship. The UK is shocking beyond belief. Yeah, so they couldn't do that for a start, extradite him back to America because he committed no crime in that country, and he went to Sweden, right? And there was, they said that he raped a woman over there, right? But he didn't at all, because I did a lot of investigation on not only one woman, but there was also two women that they had allegations that Julian Assange committed sexual deviance or perversion against these two women or raped them. And it wasn't the case at all. It was the CIA that got the two women, paying them a lot of money, to say these false allegations against Julian Assange, because they always use one thing when they're trying to get someone and discredit them is always sex. All the time. So I did a lot of investigation on the two women in Sweden and the trial over there, and did much study in that area. So they were trying desperately into getting Julian Assange under all costs. That's because...
They did drag him from the embassy. They did drag him from the embassy to the prison.
Oh, yeah, 7 years, yeah. So Israel... the UK government put him in prison in the UK.
For nothing.
Yeah, for nothing, yeah. All because of America. America's dangerous.
The resilience of Julian Assange to remain alive and come
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
alive from
Alive,
the
yeah.
prison. My
Well,
God, it's just
Donald Trump
amazing.
was talking about assassinating him.
What?
Assassinating Julian Assange.
I didn't know.
Oh yeah, this has all come out. When you do a lot of study.
He's talking about that just now, even very
No,
recently,
no, this is
or
when.
before.
No, this is Julian Assange when he was, when he released the vital information about the atrocities committed by. So he was talking about when he was president, because he's been president before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was talking about assassinating Julian Assange. They were even talking about that with the CIA. And I heard the politicians talking about it. You can see it's public knowledge. Julian Assange, what he did? Oh my God, this is how they talk. Yeah, they wanted him dead.
So, Chrissy, how can men wants to kill? Like, men just want to kill. They want to kill good men, want to kill bad men. Like,
we're living on the planet Earth.
I know.
You know, we're not living up in Sunday country where like a botanicals. Paramahansa Yogananda, Hindu master, he was around when Adolf Hitler was committing all those atrocities. And can you imagine him being around at that time, and he could feel all the agonies of all the people because his consciousness was omnipresent. So he could feel the torment and the agonies of all the prisoners.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think the one thing that I love this conversation, and I still am not convinced about holding a gun. I just can't take my hand that way.
Well,
I think we should all just
I can tell you something right now.
Meditate.
If it happened in real life, you wouldn't think twice about it.
Yeah, I guess.
It's never happened to you.
Yeah.
But you would learn real quick. It's amazing how survival can take over in a split second.
And it's even in the animal kingdom, they're like...
Well, imagine how...
defense mechanism just turn on like that. Okay, thank you so much, Shanti.